Okay. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Byju's Exam Prep IAS. This is Sham Kagur here. Before I start the discussion, if there is no issue with the sound, can you please give me a thumbs up? Done. Let's start then. So yesterday, what we have discussed, we started with the concept of planning. Right? In planning, what we have discussed. What do you mean by planning? Right? Definition of planning is very simple. The term economic planning basically represents the government deciding the targets and in order to achieve the targets, allocating the resources. That is called as planning. Now, in context of India, first 7 5-year plans, we followed a concept of imperative planning. And from the eighth 5-year plan, we started with the concept of indicative planning. Now, basically, in 1950, we established a planning commission through executive authority. Then in 1952, we established National Development Council, NDC. Planning Commission, the chairperson was the Prime Minister, but there was no representation of the states there. Whereas in case of National Development Council, again the chairperson was the Prime Minister, but along with the Prime Minister, central government ministers were there, state government chief ministers were there, union territories representatives were there, and apart from that, other planning commission members were also present. So a 5-year plan was prepared, sent to the NDC. Once it approves, will be sent to the cabinet. Now after that, it will be sent to it will be sent to the parliament, and once they approve that, it will basically it will be implemented. So we have implemented 12 5-year plans, right? From 1951 till 2017, 12 5-year plans have been implemented. Now, post 2014, we have discontinued the concept of planning in India. We don't have 5-year plans now. We have discontinued, and we have implemented the concept of Niti Aayog, right? That is the idea for Niti Aayog. And in case of the 5-year plans, we have discussed individually all the 12 5-year plans. And under each one of the 5-year plan, I've given you at least 3 to 4 points which are very much relevant to the respective 5-year plan. And if you ask me, please by heart those 3 to 4 points for every 5-year plan. I know it will be slightly difficult, but I've told you what are the indicators, how do you connect to each of the 5-year plans, etc. Please by heart it. After that, we have discussed the evaluation of the 5-year planning in India, the 60 plus years of evaluation of 5-year planning in India, right? What are the achievements, what we have been able to achieve with the planning, then what have been the certain failures, or let's say not so much of achievement in certain areas, then what should be your basically the conclusion that you'll have to make regarding the 5-year planning. Then so after that, we were supposed to start with the Niti Aayog. Let's start with Niti Aayog now. Niti Aayog, first and foremost, the long form of Niti Aayog, it is National Institute for Transforming India. National Institute for Transforming India. The concept of Niti Aayog was set up by the government post 2015 in India. Even Niti Aayog is an authority which has been set up through the executive resolution of the government. Through the executive order of the government, we basically dismantled planning commission and we set up one more authority, that is Niti Aayog. Now Niti Aayog, they will also simply say it is a think tank. They'll simply use a term, it is a think tank. Now what do you mean by a think tank? Think tank basically represents one authority which will consist of experts which will advise. I hope you understand, right? It is an authority which has been set up by the government, right? Or generally it has been set up, which will consist of certain experts, and they will give advice, right? They'll keep on giving inputs to the government, right? So that is basically the concept of think tank. So Niti Aayog is a think tank. So Niti Aayog is an authority which has been set up through the executive resolution of the government. Now the long form done. What is the composition of Niti Aayog? The composition of Niti Aayog is very simple. We have two very important parts of Niti Aayog, or the components of Niti Aayog. One is a full-time organization where the Prime Minister is the chairperson. In addition to the full-time organization, we also have governing council where we will have representation of the state governments. Is the logic okay with all of you? full-time organization, we have a Prime Minister. In addition to Prime Minister, we have a Vice Chairperson, we have Chief Executive Officer, we have experts, etc. That is in the full-time organization. But in addition to the full-time organization, there is one more component within the Niti Aayog, that is the governing council. And in the governing council, representation of the states as well as the union territories is present. So I hope you understand there itself. Yesterday also we have discussed this. This is one of the very important differences between the Planning Commission as well as Niti Aayog. Right. So again, I'll give you the set of differences. Don't worry. This is one of the very important differences. Now, what would be the objective of Niti Aayog? What are we trying to achieve with the authority called as Niti Aayog? One, it will basically evolve a shared vision for the national development. That is, in simple terms, Niti Aayog will identify certain areas and will advise Government of India as to what reforms they are supposed to implement in these areas. Simplify it rather than by hearting like this. Simplify it. Point number one, Niti Aayog will recommend Government of India in which area what reforms must be implemented. Point number one. Point number two, what if Government of India itself will allocate certain work to Niti Aayog? Government of India will tell Niti Aayog, please give me certain recommendations in the MSME sector. And there is a particular reason why I'm talking about MSME sector. Those who have read Economic Times newspaper, if you have read Economic Times newspaper, there is one article regarding MSME sector today. And those of you who are wondering, type it in the Google later, you will get it. That is basically Niti Aayog is making a plan for promotion of MSME sector in India. So again, argument is simple. Niti Aayog on their own, they can give advice to Government of India in certain areas. Or else, the Government of India will allocate a certain work to Niti Aayog, and Niti Aayog will again advise or recommend the Government of India. Third very important point, there are certain, just a second. There are certain plans which are supposed to be made at the village level. Certain plans will make, certain policies will make at the village level. We will implement it at the village level. We'll study that and then we'll try to implement this at a district level. We'll try to implement this at a state level. Please understand the difference now. First, we will implement the policy at a village level. We will study, address the issue, then we will implement it at a district level, then we will implement at the state level. Can I call this as bottom up planning? Let me know. Can I refer to this as bottom up approach or bottom up planning? We are not planning for India, then we are not dividing into states and like this. What we are doing is, first we are implementing a policy in the village. Simple idea. We'll implement a policy at village level and we'll try to find out if there are any issues, any concerns, etc. Then we'll apply the same policy for a district. Then we will apply it to a state. This is basically a bottom-up approach that is followed in the Niti Aayog. Fourth one, there are certain sections of the society which are not getting the benefit of the growth. Right? Concept of inclusive and exclusive. There are certain sections in the society which are not getting the benefit, right? Benefit of growth. And now it is the role of the Niti Aayog in order to ensure that all these sections of the society will also start getting the benefit of the growth. Certain policy recommendation has to be given to the government in order to ensure that even these will be covered under the growth. Fifth one, long-term policy and program frameworks, initiatives will have to be recommended. And when these are implemented, Niti Aayog will have to evaluate the efficiency of these initiatives. Is it okay? I'll repeat it. It will give certain recommendation for a long-term policy to the government, and when the government will implement the policy, Niti Aayog will have to evaluate the efficiency of the policy, again recommend to Government of India. That is another very important objective of Niti Aayog, to foster cooperative federalism. Let me explain this. To promote, foster means promote. To promote or foster cooperative federalism. Now, what is the meaning of the term cooperative federalism here? Whenever you talk about cooperative federalism, it simply means Central government as well as the state governments are coming together to implement a policy. Very simple, do not complicate it. The basic idea of cooperative federalism is center as well as the state are coming together to implement a certain policies. That is called as a cooperative federalism. There is a cooperation between both center as well as the state for implementation of a policy. Can I give you a very prime example that you've already studied? What is GST? Let me know. What is the concept of GST? In GST, have you come across GST Council? In GST Council, don't you see that there is a representation of both center as well as states for implementation of a policy? That is basically the concept of cooperative federalism. So one of the objectives of Niti Aayog will be to promote cooperative federalism. And in fact, if you look at the composition of Niti Aayog, please tell me, are we promoting cooperative federalism or not? Look at the composition of Niti Aayog. Are we promoting cooperative federalism or not? In fact, I told you yesterday also, very recently a governing council meeting took place. Where all the states were asked to come have a discussion along with the center to lay out a roadmap. What should be done? How can we become a developed country in couple of years? Some of the chief ministers did not go, which means basically the idea is we want to promote cooperation between both center as well as states. That is one of the objectives of Niti Aayog. So these are the objectives of Niti Aayog. Now, how Niti Aayog is different from Planning Commission? How it is different compared to the Planning Commission? First one, Planning Commission was set up by the central government without any representation of the states. There is absolutely no representation of the states. Whereas in case of Niti Aayog, it is again an authority set up by the central government, but with representation of the states. Simple, with representation of the state governments. Point number 2, in case of Planning Commission, we followed top to bottom approach of planning. Whereas in case of Niti Aayog, we have participation of the states, we are following bottom up approach of planning. Whatever plans we do, we'll try to implement it at a lowest level, then try to basically implement it at a higher level. Planning Commission had objectives of setting growth targets, allocation of resources, allocation of funds to the states, etc. Whereas in case of Niti Aayog, Niti Aayog does not determine what should be the goal for Indian economy. Government of India decides it. Niti Aayog does not decide what should be the growth rate for agriculture sector. Niti Aayog does not allocate finances to the states. Nothing of this sort in terms of powers has been allocated to Niti Aayog. The Planning Commission had powers of financial allocation. Niti Aayog does not handle any kind of finances. Planning Commission was an advisory body, just summation. It was an advisory body with financial powers, and Niti Aayog is essentially an advisory body. Any difficulty here? Any difficulty in understanding the difference between the Planning Commission and Niti Aayog? Can we go forward? Okay. Third one. My dear Planning Commission, please tell me, yesterday did we not discuss this? Yesterday, 5-year plans were made by whom? Let me know. 5-year plans were prepared by whom? The Cabinet Committee? No, these were prepared by Planning Commission. Some of you are saying Government of India. My dear Planning Commission. Now, when the Planning Commission will decide what should be the 5-year plan, did they decide what should be the growth rate for agriculture sector or not? Were there targets given for agriculture sector? Was there a target given for GDP growth rate? Of course, yes. So that was the role. And I told you, when you want to decide all these targets, you want to implement the policies, don't you think Planning Commission will also have, the powers to allocate finances? To allocate finances to the state governments? Of course, yes. They had the power to allocate because the plans are supposed to be implemented. If you are the, let's say Planning Commission chairman or let's say Planning Commission authority, I'm the state government, you're asking me to implement certain policy. But who is going to allocate the funds for that? Planning Commission had financial powers. Whereas Niti Aayog does not determine what will be the GDP growth rate target. Niti Aayog will not determine what will be the agriculture growth rate target. Niti Aayog does not even allocate any finances to the states. That is basically the third as well as fourth point. Then what is the difference between third and fourth? My goodness. My dear, if you can't understand the difference between third and fourth, Niti Aayog doesn't allocate finances. That is fourth point. Niti Aayog does not determine what is the GDP growth rate. That is the third point. Right? If you can't understand the difference between a third and fourth point, then it becomes very difficult to explain everything again. Okay, now, what is the importance of Niti Aayog? Why Niti Aayog is so important for Indian economy? Point number one, Niti Aayog will hold consultations with various industries, and they will take inputs, they will take advice from the industries. After that, they will prepare a report, take it and give it as an advice to Government of India. Any problem here? I'll repeat it again. Niti Aayog will hold consultations, let's say with steel industry, with the shipbuilding industry, etc., etc. And Niti Aayog will basically prepare a report and give it to government. That is basically the first point. It will act as a connection between the center government as well as the industries. Second one, Niti Aayog has given various inputs. It has given various inputs to Government of India. For example, it has provided inputs in the form of reports in development of bullet train project. Have you heard of this? Bullet train project. Bullet train project. It has given inputs in terms of resolving industrial disputes. It is also going to give a recommendation regarding coverage under National Food Security Act, etc. It has provided very important strategic inputs to the government. Right? That also work has been done by Niti Aayog. Third one, it could also promote spirit of competitive federalism. What is this idea of a competitive federalism? Competitive federalism means promotion of competition between states. Understand the difference here. Cooperative federalism, there is a cooperation, whereas in competitive federalism, there is improved competition between states. Sir, how Niti Aayog will promote competition between the states? I'll give a very simple example here. Niti Aayog publishes one index by the name of Export Preparedness Index. Very, very famous now. Export Preparedness Index. And under Export Preparedness Index, in short EPI, based on certain parameters, it will rank all the states. It will rank all the states. And please understand this. You're a foreign investor. Niti Aayog says Gujarat is top ranked, or Gujarat is number one in terms of export preparedness. Now, please tell me, foreign investors will use this ranking, and don't you think these foreign investors will go more and more towards Gujarat or not? Does it make sense to you? And this is one example. This is just simply one example. There are multiple indices which are published by Niti Aayog. And what is the whole idea of Niti Aayog publishing these indices? By publishing these indices, by giving ranks to the states, the Niti Aayog is promoting competition between the states. Right? That is basically the competitive federalism promoted by Niti Aayog. Next, it has also introduced the concept of accountability of government policies. That is, if Government of India is implementing certain policies, we need to find out whether the policy is efficient or not. Whether the expenditure incurred by the government, is it being implemented efficiently or not? For this only, there is one authority within Niti Aayog. Please by heart the name of the authority, DMEO, Development Monitoring and Evaluation Office. Development Monitoring and Evaluation Office. So within Niti Aayog, there is one office, DMEO, This office will evaluate the policies, let's say certain schemes, certain policies that are implemented by the government in terms of how efficient these policies are actually working. That is one of the functions, right, of Niti Aayog. Done? Can we go forward? Can we go forward? Repeat second point. Niti Aayog has given various inputs to Government of India. I'll come to that also. For example, have a look at the first one. Please have a look at the first one. Niti Aayog had set up one committee, Bibek Debroy Committee. And this Bibek Debroy Committee has given recommendation as to how to improve the finances of railways. Right? How to improve the finances of railways. The recommendation was provided by this committee set up by Niti Aayog. And I told you some time ago, there was one committee or recommendation was given by Niti Aayog in regards to bullet train project. What is the name of the committee? Have a look at this. Panageria Committee. Mr. Arvind Panageria Committee. Right. This Arvind Panageria Committee has Arvind Panageria Committee has recommended what is the utilization, right? In what way we are supposed to implement, whether this project is useful or not. That is bullet train project, right? Any problem with understanding what is the meaning of this second point? Anybody has a problem even now? Right? What is the importance of Niti Aayog? It has given very important strategic inputs to Government of India. In fact, if you go to Niti Aayog website, you will see that lot of these reforms of Government of India, lot of these initiatives of Government of India are recommendations of Niti Aayog. These basically are nothing but the recommendations of Niti Aayog itself. Can we go forward? Can we go forward? What was the need to stop Planning Commission? Did we not address this question yesterday? Did we not address this question yesterday? I told you, whenever the governments change, each of the government will have their own policies. They will have their own viewpoints, right? For example, many of you will ask me, sir, why did we introduce a new system? I've told you, when the new government is formed, automatically the new government wants to have something else. So that is basically the idea. So the new government that was formed in 2014, they said Planning Commission is very old. It is outdated concept in India. So we basically dismantled the Planning Commission and we introduced Niti Aayog. Niti Aayog not handle finances as mentioned, but Niti Aayog runs programs. Of course, yes. Central government has asked Niti Aayog to implement many programs. For example, there is an initiative called as Atal Innovation Mission, AIM, to promote startups in India. Atal Innovation Mission. Who is implementing, who is evaluating the implementation of AIM? Niti Aayog. There is a very important program being implemented, a very big program, Sustainable Development Goals, SDG. Who will measure the efficiency of implementation of SDGs in India? Niti Aayog. There is a program called as Aspirational Districts, where more than 100 districts have been identified. Right? Who is evaluating the implementation of this? Niti Aayog. And if you ask me, sir, why? Government of India has asked Niti Aayog to do that. It's very simple. Okay? Done? So what is the work? What is the work which has been done by Niti Aayog so far? Let's go one by one. Point number one, a committee was set up which was headed by Mr. Bibek Debroy, and this committee has recommended revamping of Indian railways. For example, all of you know that earlier there was a separate budget for railways in India. Yes or no? There was a separate railway budget. Today, do we have a separate railway budget? No. One of the recommendation was that only by Bibek Debroy Committee. Right? So basically, how do you revamp, restructure Indian railway system? The committee has given recommendation to the government. Second one, regarding the bullet train project, efficiency of this project, requirement of this project. There was one committee set up under Niti Aayog, which was headed by Mr. Arvind Panageria. And this has given recommendation to Government of India. Third one, appointed a committee under Mr. Tajamul Haq. All these are very, very important economists for you. These are all very, very important economists. For example, if you're reading newspapers, generally you will come across articles given by Mr. Bibek Debroy. Which newspaper? Indian Express. If you read Indian Express, generally once a week or once in 15 days or once in 10 days, Mr. Bibek Debra would have written an article, right? That is editorial, open editorial for Indian Express, right? Mr. Arvind Panigaria, very, very famous economist, very often is cited in the newspapers. Mr. Tajamul Haq, he was very well known for land reforms in India. He was an expert in land issues. He passed away, but don't worry. Tajamul Haq committee was set up, and Tajamul Haq committee has given recommendation regarding Land Leasing Act. What is this idea of a land leasing? Let me give a very simple example. Imagine you have 10 acres of land in the village. Okay, you own 10 acres of land, and now you become an IAS officer. Is it possible that you will fulfill the duties of IAS, also act as a farmer on the land? Let me know. I'm taking a very simple example. Right? In the morning, you will become a district collector, and after evening is over, you will go start harvesting, sowing, application of fertilizer, etc. in the land. Of course, no. But you have a land. So what you will do? You will lease out the land. Leasing means renting out. You will simply lease out the land to me. But what has been the issue in case of India? It's nothing new. Leasing of the land is nothing new. But only concern has been that whenever leasing is done, the agreements are oral in nature. I hope you understand the concern now. The agreements are oral in nature. That is basically you are telling me orally how much money I'm supposed to give, how much food grains I'm supposed to give, etc. What are the conditions, etc. But don't you think oral agreements will create problems in the future? Yes or no? Oral agreements, right, will create problems in the future. If there is any dispute between you and me, right, where is the proof? Right, where is the contract? There is absolutely no paper. That is the precise reason this committee recommended that there should be an act for regulation of land leasing. There should be an act for regulation of land leasing. Right? That was recommended by Tajamul Haq. But please understand this. You'll have to add one more point here. Land generally comes under the state government. Right? Anything to do with the land generally comes under the state government. So please tell me now, do you think all the states have implemented Land Leasing Act in India? Even if they implement, do you think they will be implemented uniformly in India? That is the answer to you. I hope you understand this. So a committee was set up. Committee has recommended there should be a Land Leasing Act. But this has not been implemented by many states. And even those states which have implemented, there is no uniformity because the states, as per their requirement, will keep on changing the provisions. It will promote competitive federalism amongst the states. That has been done by Niti Aayog. Remember, that is one of the achievements of Niti Aayog, in fact. Done. Next, it has been asked to recommend on the population coverage of NFSA, National Food Security Act. And this is also very important. Why? I'll tell you. If you remember NFSA, we cover 67% of total India's population. Point number one is correct. Two-thirds of total India's population. But when you say two-thirds of total India's population, is it current population? No. It is population as per the census of 2011. The population census of 2011 has been taken. Based on that, we have identified how much should be the population which should be covered. Now, please think of it and tell me, don't you think the population between 2011 to 2023, population of India has changed? Yes or no? Population of India has changed. And over a period of time, certain people would have died. That is a fact, by the way. Right? Certain people have died. Certain new people have to be introduced under the National Food Security Act, covered under the National Food Security Act. So don't you think there are certain omission errors? That is, certain people who are supposed to be covered, we are not able to cover them. And certain people who are covered, right, they are either dead, they have moved into, right, let's say they have moved out of poverty, but we are still continuing to provide food grains to them. That is a precise reason Supreme Court of India also asked Government of India, can you look into the population coverage under NFSA? And that is exactly what has been done by the government here. Government of India has asked Niti Aayog to look into the population coverage and give recommendation to the government. Next one, Inter-Ministerial Committee has been set up to monitor setting up of urea plants in India. Right, we have proposed urea plants. Right, one committee has been set up, and right, it is this Inter-Ministerial Committee which is having a representation of Niti Aayog also to look after implementation of urea plant establishment. And what is the whole idea of setting up urea plants in India? The whole idea is to reduce import dependency, to become Atmanirbhar, to reduce import dependency. Okay. Next, one more task force, that is committee, has been established under chairmanship of Mr. Ramesh Chand, very famous economist by the way. And Mr. Ramesh Chand generally writes related to agriculture sector. Niti Aayog to find long-term solution for sugarcane as well as sugar industry. In case of India, sugarcane sector is very much problematic. Sugar industry is also facing lot of issues. So we want to find out what is a long-term solution for both of them. The committee has been set up. It is to give recommendation to government. Niti Aayog also has constituted a committee under the chairmanship of Shri A.K. Sikri. Again, either they will use the term Shri A.K. Sikri or else Justice A.K. Sikri. Don't get confused. Former Supreme Court judge. Justice A.K. Sikri to formulate action plan for ODR. What is this idea for ODR? Online dispute resolution. Online dispute resolution. ODR simply stands for online dispute resolution. Now, what is this concept of ODR here? Let me explain. Imagine I'm owner of one company, you are the owner of another company. There was certain agreement between company A and company B. Now, there is a dispute. Don't worry, whose fault it is, don't worry. That is not the point here. There is certain dispute between both of the companies. Now, we will go to the court. Now, please tell me, do you think the court system, that is a judiciary system in case of India, do you think they'll be able to resolve these disputes very quickly? Right? Obviously, it will take long period of time. And many of the times you must have seen, right, the documents, right, are missed. The documents are supposed to be submitted. The lawyer does not submit the documents on time. Right? The judge is there. The court has started. But the petitioner, that is owners of the company, they are missing because they are outside India. So there is a huge delay because of all of these things. Right? That is basically, I'll borrow the phrase, or let's say the dialogue of Sunny Paji, Tariq pe Tariq pe Tariq. There is a huge right time period that is taken to resolve such disputes. So what is the solution then? Justice A.K. Sikri committee has recommended that we should go for online dispute resolution. What is the idea for online dispute resolution? Rather than submitting the documents, right, giving the documents everywhere, moving the documents in physical form, we will do it online. Every document that requires, every document that is needed, submitted, everything will be done in a digital form. And hearing of the cases will also be done in digital way. That is, for example, imagine you have gone to Singapore, I have gone to UK to meet our trading partners, right, to meet company partners. Now, generally what would happen? The lawyers would go to, or the representatives would go to court, ask for extension. Now, under the online dispute resolution, that is not required. I can also join online. You will also join online. The hearing can be held. That is basically the concept of online dispute resolution. Right. So this Niti Aayog committee, which was headed by Justice A.K. Sikri, has recommended, it is in the favor of establishing online dispute resolution system in India. Done. Right. So these are some of the very important recommendations, or let's say the role that has been played by Niti Aayog in India. Any problem? Can we go forward? Any problem? Any issue? False document can be presented online. My dear, do it. Right? Many of you will have this doubt. Sir, what if they give false data? Right? For example, UPSC. How many of you have read in the new UPSC? Certain students have given false information to UPSC. They have got through the final list. Try it once. right? So again, don't try to bring the concept, sir, what if I submit wrong documents, if I falsify data, etc., right? This is basically you're abusing the system, and if you're caught doing that, try it then. Okay, done. Why Niti Aayog doesn't suggest a subsidy? If Niti Aayog feels that there is a requirement of providing subsidy, they can suggest. Again, these are advices. These are simply recommendations in nature. These are not binding on the government. Government will basically take a call. Okay. Can you again explain point number 3? Which point number 3? Here, task force has been constituted by Ramesh, which is headed by Mr. Ramesh Chand, because there is issue in case of sugarcane sector. Sugarcane, very lot of big issues. For example, have you not read multiple times in the newspaper, sugar prices fluctuate in India? Sugar, right? Exports are promoted sometimes. Sugar exports are prohibited sometimes. I hope you understand the problem here. For example, let me tell you the flow chart. Have a look at this. I hope you remember this. Here is a farmer. Farmer will take the sugar cane, sell it to, right, the mill owner. Do you remember this? Will sell it to mill owner. Mill owner will produce the sugar, sell it in the market, get the money, then pay the farmer. That is fair and remunerative prices. Now, what if the production of sugar this year is very high? Tell me now. Tell me now, what if the production of sugar is very high? What will happen to the market price of sugar? Market prices will start declining. And on the other side, what if the market prices of sugar is increasing, demand is increasing? Don't you think government policies have to be implemented in order to control this kind of volatility in the market? And understand this very carefully. If mill owner is not able to earn sufficient amount of money, don't you think the payment of FRP will also be affected? Yes or no? If the mill owner is not able to earn sufficient amount of money by selling sugar in the market, automatically the payment of FRP will be affected. That's the reason many of the times the state governments have intervened, have paid money to the mill owners, have paid money to the sugar cane sellers. Right? So there is a lot of issue in case of sugarcane, sugar sector. This committee has been set up in order to give recommendation what policies must be implemented to reduce volatility. What is NFSA? National Food Security Act. NFSA simply stands for National Food Security Act. Now we have discussed what is Niti Aayog, composition, objectives, then basically the importance and what role Niti Aayog has played so far. What is the criticism against Niti Aayog then? And there has to be certain other side of the argument also. What is the criticism? First one, it is not a constitutional body. It is not a constitutional body. Means what? If it is a constitutional body, what is the role? What is the responsibility? Who shall be appointed? How they shall be appointed? Everything is given under the Constitution of India. Any problem with this? For example, UPSC chairman, there is a process of appointment, there is a process of removal. What is the role of UPSC? It is already decided under the Constitution. Whereas in case of Niti Aayog, is it a constitutional body? No, it is an executive authority. Now, what is the role of Niti Aayog? Government of India will decide it. Who shall be heading as the CEO of the Niti Aayog? Government shall decide it. Now, what is the guarantee? What is the guarantee? Again, think of it. What is the guarantee that government will not appoint people who are already supporting government of India? Is there a concern or not? Let me know. Is it a concern or not? Right? That is basically concept of yes men. Government of India will appoint those people in the Niti Aayog who are already supporters of government of India's policies. Right? So whatever Niti Aayog will bring out, whatever reports they will publish, it will never be critical of government of India. It will always be supportive of government of India. So that is basically one concern. One concern. Right? As the changes in the government, right, will happen, government will also change the people who are heading Niti Aayog, and these people might end up supporting all the policies of the government. It does not have role in important policies. Niti Aayog does not play an important role in some of the very important measures or the decisions that are taken by the government of India. For example, GST was implemented in India. Do you think Niti Aayog has any role in GST policy of India? Think of it. GST is a very, very important reform. I hope you understand that. One of the most important indirect tax reforms in India. So was Niti Aayog playing any role in the GST? Absolutely no. Right? Very recently, 2000 rupee note. Right? That is also a very important policy. Right? The RBI announced that they will be withdrawing the 2000 rupee note. Any role of Niti Aayog in that? No. Right? So many policies which are very important, which are having a huge impact on the economy, are implemented by the government. Niti Aayog does not have any role in that. Right? Such an important authority doesn't play any role. Third one, it does not influence any kind of investment. Right? Why? I'll tell you. Niti Aayog does not allocate the finances to the states for implementation of any plan. It will be done by the central government. Is it okay? It will be done by the central government. Now, when the central government will make investment, don't you think it is the central government which will attract private investments? Niti Aayog is simply giving recommendation to the government, advice to the government. Government of India will either accept it, reject it, entirely the power of government. And when the investments are to be promoted, it is not Niti Aayog. It is rather the government of India which will have influence over the investment. Unlike, let's say, Planning Commission. Because in Planning Commission, the Planning Commission had financial powers. I hope you understand this. Planning Commission had financial powers. They could allocate more finances to a particular state. And if a state is getting more funding, investment in the state automatically will be attracted. That is the third criticism. And fourth criticism, though we have implemented Niti Aayog as a think tank, one of the objectives of Niti Aayog is to ensure that population which is poor, they will get the benefit of the growth. The other population which is excluded from the growth, they will get the benefit of growth. But after we have implemented Niti Aayog, what has happened to income inequality in India? What has happened to wealth inequality in India? Are we able to ensure that the benefits of the growth is reaching to all the sections of the society? Even no. Even today, you can simply say no. Right? So that is one more criticism against Niti Aayog. Despite setting up Niti Aayog, we have not been able to reduce, right, basically the inequality. It has actually increased. Done? Can we go to the next one? Can we go to the next concept? In fact, this is the end of the Niti Aayog. Reason for the last point, my dear, we'll discuss that. Don't worry. During pandemic, you tell me what has happened. Please repeat Niti Aayog. From where? If you say please repeat Niti Aayog, should I start from the definition? From where? That should be very specific, no? Right? Inequality in case of India has increased. Right? Tell me, pandemic. Take the example of pandemic only. Has pandemic reduced income inequality or has it increased income inequality in India? Let me know. Has pandemic reduced inequality or has it increased inequality? It has increased. There should not be any doubt. So that is what I'm trying to tell you here. Right? We have set up an authority, and what was one of the objectives of Niti Aayog? What was one of the objectives of Niti Aayog? Please have a look at this. Please look at this. To pay special attention to the sections of our society that may be at a risk of not getting adequate benefit of economic progress. So basically, we have authority. One of the objective is this, but they are not able to ensure that. Right? The inequality has increased. Poverty is still very high in India. That is one of the criticisms. Okay, done. Right, so these are the criticisms. Next, basically, are questions. Right, we'll come back to questions later. During the break or after the break, we'll come back to the questions. Don't worry. Now, let me start with the next chapter. Let me start with the next chapter. That is concept of investment models. In earlier slides, it is mentioned that Niti Aayog ensures accountability, but it is criticized by. Who is criticized? Who is criticizing Niti Aayog for that function? Right? I hope you understand. Government of India will provide welfare functions. But does it mean that we should not criticize Government of India as any of the policies of the Government of India? Let me know. Always have both the sides of the coin. I hope you understand. If I wanted to play very safe, I would have simply skipped the idea of criticism of Niti Aayog. But you should know all the viewpoints. And that will help you in writing exams, especially the mains answers. I cannot simply tell you Niti Aayog is great. Niti Aayog is doing wonderful work. Then what if the question is critically evaluate the roles and functions of Niti Aayog? Tell me now. Critically evaluate the role and functioning of Niti Aayog. Will you always keep on writing positive aspects of Niti Aayog? It is critically evaluate. So always have both the sides of the coin. Niti Aayog has done good. I've given you what are the important points where Niti Aayog has provided recommendations, what is the importance, etc. Then I've told you where is a criticism for the Niti Aayog. Have both the sides so that you can write a very good quality answer. Done? So in the investment model, what are the investment models that we'll be discussing? Right? Please have a look at it. Don't worry about the long forms. In each of the slides, wherever I'm going to discuss, long forms will be there. Otherwise, I'll write it. Please have patience. FDI, FPI, SEZ, NIMZ, and PPP. Right? So what is this? FDI and FII. Let's start with that. And before that, let me check whether the long form is there or not. Please let me know first point. Is it a long form or not? FDI stands for Foreign Direct Investment. FPI stands for Foreign Portfolio Investment. So now wherever I'll keep on discussing FDI and FPI, please don't write what is long form. What is long form? Long form is already there in the PPT. Please observe. Now, what is the basic idea of FDI? What is the basic idea of FPI? Let me explain this. A foreign company will bring money into India, will invest in assets in India. Simple. Don't complicate it. A foreign company will bring money into India and invest in assets in India. For example, they will invest and create an asset such as manufacturing facility. Is it an asset or not? They will invest and set up a manufacturing facility. Either they can set up a new manufacturing facility or else they will purchase a manufacturing facility of an Indian company. But investment is entering into assets. They will invest and purchase, right? Let's say certain other, let's say aeroplanes in India. Right? Imagine there is an Indian company. It has incurred losses. Now, this Indian company, which has aeroplanes, the whole company, including aeroplanes, will be sold to a foreign company. Is it not assets? Simple idea. Is it not assets? Answer is again yes. So, whenever you think of physical assets like this, physical assets, a foreign company will bring money into India, invest in these kinds of assets. This is called as foreign direct investment. This is referred to as foreign direct investments. But on the other hand, there is a foreign portfolio investment. What is this idea of a foreign portfolio investment? Whenever a foreign investment will be made in the financial assets, that is very important. When the investments will be made in the financial assets, that is non-Indian, non-resident investors will bring the money, invest in the financial assets. Sir, what do you mean by financial assets? Have you discussed the concept of shares earlier? Have you come across this? Do you remember the concept of bonds? Can I call this as financial assets? Let me know. Bonds and shares, can I call this as financial assets? Answer is yes. Right, so basically, in case of FPI, foreign investors will bring money, invest in the financial assets. And that is basically the concept of foreign portfolio investment. Any difficulty in understanding the difference in the definition, please do let me know right now. I'll repeat it again. Foreign direct investment means foreign investor will bring money in India and invest in physical assets like this. Road, right? Machines, companies, manufacturing facility. They will set up a research and development institute in India. etc., etc. That is basically the concept of FDI. Whereas in FPI, they will bring money in India, invest in financial assets. Now, apart from this, is there anything else? Are there any differences in distinguishing between FDI and FPI? Usually, the FDI will enter into a country where they will invest for a longer duration. Remember that. FDI enters into a country with an objective of investing for a longer duration. Right? For example, all of you heard of company Volkswagen? VW. Volkswagen, yes or no? This company Volkswagen has set up thousands of crores and has set up a car manufacturing unit in India. They've set up a car manufacturing unit. Or else, let me take a current affairs example. Apple company. The company Apple has invested thousands of crore rupees in India, has set up a manufacturing unit in India. Has set up a manufacturing unit in India. Now, how many of you will believe that they will invest today, set up the company, they will close the company after 1 year? Do you think that is the objective? Do you think that is what they are trying to do? Of course, no. Right? They will invest, set up the facilities, and they'll be there in India for a very, very longer duration. Again, there is no definite period here. They are definitely here for a very, very longer duration. Whereas on the other side, foreign investments in the stock market. Let me check how many of you read newspapers. Foreign investments in the stock market, do you think they will be there in India for 8 years, 10 years, 20 years? Absolutely no. They will come this month, they will take out the money next month. Perfectly normal. Right? Perfectly normal. That is how they operate. They will bring money into India. In this month, they will invest. Maybe after 15 days, they will withdraw the money, go to USA. They will withdraw the money, go to Europe. They will withdraw the money, go to Japan. Perfectly all right. That is how they operate. Why? They are not investing in physical assets here. I hope you understand the idea here. They are not investing in physical assets. They are simply investing in financial assets. No infrastructure. They will simply invest. They feel that, okay, in Europe, they will get better returns. They will sell the bonds in India. They will sell the shares in India. They will take out the money. Right? So, comparatively, FPI makes an investment for a shorter duration. Third one, FDI will invest in physical assets. FPI will invest in the financial assets. These FDI is associated with multiplier effect. Yes or no? The FDI is associated with multiplier effect. Do you remember the idea of a multiplier effect? If a foreign company will bring, let's say, $1, invest in India, to what extent it will contribute to increased GDP? That is a multiplier effect. And we have discussed multiple times now what is the idea of a multiplier effect. So FDI will always be associated with multiplier effect. Whereas in case of FPI, they are simply investing in the stock market. They are investing in the bond market, which means they will ensure that the capital that is available in the bond market, stock market, etc., capital availability will increase. That's it. The capital that is available in this market will increase. That's a basic idea. Investments are done in order to earn profits. That is one of the objectives, of course. Investments are most of the times speculative in nature. I'll explain this. Investments most of the times are speculative in nature. What do you mean by speculative in nature? Do you remember the concept of speculation? Let me see. Do you remember the concept of speculation? I'll tell you where we have discussed already. Those are saying no, right? The usual suspects, right? It means you are not revising, right? So speculation, we have discussed this idea in the exchange rate. In exchange rate, right? That is speculation. Again, earlier also, I believe in discussion of inflation, right? I've discussed the idea of speculation. Imagine India's GDP. Understand this carefully. India's GDP will fall down to 4%. India's GDP after this will fall down to 2%. Please tell me, at this point of time, will the foreign investors bring money in India or take their money out of India? Let me know. At this point of time, will they bring more money in India and invest, or they'll simply take the money outside India, go to USA? All of you will agree they will simply take out their money. Why? Why? Basically, they're speculating. They're speculating that there would be a further decline in the GDP value. I hope you understand. Right? There would be further decline. That's their speculation. Speculation means what? Expectation of market behavior. Speculation simply means that, right, you're basically estimating how the market will behave in the future, not now, in the future. That is basically idea for speculation. If GDP will fall down from 4 to 2%, more and more companies will start incurring losses. Unemployment rate will start increasing. Is it good to invest in the Indian stock market? No. They will simply take it out of India, invest somewhere else. Right? That is basically speculative nature. So FPIs will keep on moving from one country to another country. Their investments will keep on moving from one country to another country. That is because of speculation. Right? They believe that, okay, USA market will work well. USA market will perform well compared to India's market. So they will withdraw the money from India, invest in USA. They believe that, okay, better than USA market, Indian market will perform well. So they believe that in the future, they will make more profits in India. They will bring money into India, invest in India. That is basically the speculative nature of foreign investors. Comparatively very difficult to attract FDI. Very difficult to attract FDI. And much more easier for entry of FPI as well as outflow, that is exit of FPI. For example, let me ask you a very simple question. Imagine you're a foreign investor. You want to invest in physical assets. Will you not search a country where it is easier to hire and fire labor? Will you not search for a country where it is easier to acquire land? Will you not search for a country where the tax rates are very low, especially corporate taxes? Which means, right here in case of FDI, it is very, very difficult to attract foreign investors. Because if the foreign investors want to invest in India, they will see, okay, what is the corporate tax rate? Has it been increased? Has it been decreased? Is it easy to hire and fire labor? Is the government of India providing certain flexibility, right, for me to make workers work more? For example, Karnataka Labor Law Amendment. Have you people read this or not? I can give you a very prime example in recent times. Very, very recent times. Karnataka government made changes to labor laws. And that basically was done in order to attract investments from one of the companies of Apple. Right? What have they done? They are basically changing their policies to attract foreign investors. Right? So that is basically the idea. It is very difficult to attract FDI because until unless they find that, okay, land acquisition is easier, tax rates are lower, right? Let's say labor laws are very flexible for me, right? The rate of interest is also lower. Until unless, or what about power supply, water supply, other infrastructure, they will look at all of this, then enter into a country. Otherwise, they will stay away from a particular country. For example, if you're an investor, would you want to invest in Sri Lanka now? Let me know. Would you want to invest in Sri Lanka? Would you want to invest in Pakistan? No, of course no. Right? So that is basically the difficult nature to attract FDI. Whereas on the other side, FPI, comparatively, they will come easily and move out of the country easily. For example, if you have been reading the newspapers, in the last 1 week itself, there was a newspaper article. FPIs have brought a lot of money into India. And after 1 month, if there is a federal tapering done in USA, they will take out the money from India. That is basically easily they can bring money in India and they will take out the money from India. So comparatively, very easy to attract and allow the outflow of FPI from India. Any difficulty in the differences between both FDI and FPI? Any differences? I'm sorry, any issue with the differences, which is better, FD or FPI? My dear, both of them have their own utility. Both of them have their own utility. For example, if you want to become a $5 trillion economy, don't you think FDI is very important? Let me know. If government of India wants to ensure that Indian economy will become a $5 trillion economy, don't you think we need to attract FDI? And now, can you connect this idea with national infrastructure pipeline? Let me know. National infrastructure pipeline. In case of NIP, we require 111 lakh crore rupee worth of investment. And around 40% of the investment has to come from private sector. So along with the domestic private sector, we also want to attract lot of foreign investment in infrastructure. And about FPI, is it useless then? Of course no. FPI is never useless. Please tell me, if the investment in the stock market through FPI increases, don't you think they are investing in India because there is a huge potential growth in India? Yes or no? Right, there is a huge potential. The Indian economy has a huge potential to grow very well. The stocks in India are performing very well. The returns in India are also very good. That is the precise reason foreign investors will come to a country and invest. That is one advantage. It is an indicator. More and more foreign investors coming and investing means it is an indicator that your market is doing well. Second is, rather than being dependent only on the domestic investors in the stock market, don't you think if you attract foreign investors, it will diversify investor base? Let me know. Don't you think it will diversify investor base in India? That is, I'll tell you a connection also. Do you remember the concept of corporate bond market in India? I had given you one of the problems related to corporate bond. What is the problem of corporate bond market in India? The investors, right? How many investors are there in the corporate bond? It's a very, very narrow base. Very, very narrow base. Very few investors are there in the corporate bond compared to, let's say, stock market. So one way to diversify the investments is attract foreign investments. And don't you think if more and more investors are going to come to the market, capital availability in the market will increase. The pricing of the instruments will be much better. And much more importantly, both FDI and FPI will bring dollars into India. BOP, balance of payments. Right? FDI as well as FPI, both of them will bring dollars into India. So these are the important points regarding both FDI as well as FPI. Shall we go forward now? There is one more factor, one more point I want to mention regarding the definition here. Please by heart it. This one, please by heart this. Government of India uses a committee recommendation, that is Arvind Mayram Committee. Okay, Arvind Mayram Committee. In case of Arvind Mayram Committee, what is the recommendation that has been provided? Please understand this carefully. But before I go forward, understand the logic behind it. We are looking at only equity. I'm giving this definition looking at equity investments. I hope you understand the equity investments, right? That is investment in the ownership. I'm not giving this definition based on the bond investments. I'm giving you the example of the definition here using equity investments. Now, in case a company is a listed company, okay, in case a company is a listed company, if a foreign company purchases up to 10% of the equity, up to 10% of the equity, it will be classified as foreign portfolio investor. Any difficulty here? If a company is a listed company and a foreign investor will purchase up to 10% of equity in this company, that will be classified as FPI. And if it is 10% or more than 10%, it will be classified as foreign direct investment. Right? Now again, there is one more condition here. In addition to both of them, there is one more condition. What's the condition? Imagine a foreign investor will come to India today. Okay, a foreign investor will come to India today, purchase, let's say, 7% of equity in a listed company. Okay, the foreign investor will purchase 7% of equity in a listed company. Now, as per the definition that we have discussed so far, by default, it should be classified as FPI. Any difficulty? By default, it should be classified as FPI. Any problem here? Because up to 10% FPI. But there is one relaxation provided by the government. What is the relaxation? Imagine you are the foreign investor. If you can guarantee government of India that in the next 12 months, you will increase this to at least 10%. In the next 12 months, you will increase this equity from 7% to 10% or more than 10%. Right now itself, government will classify you as FDI. Can I go forward now? I'll repeat it again. If a foreign investor will bring dollars, right, or let's say money in India and purchase less than 10% of equity in a company, by default, it should be classified as FPI. But government says, if you give a promise to me that in the next 12 months, you will increase this to at least 10%, then I will automatically classify you as FDI, not FPI. Right? Next, in case of unlisted company, any investment that is done by a foreign investor in equity of an unlisted company will be classified as FDI. Is it okay? Right? In an unlisted company, any investment in equity, percentage of ownership that is done by a foreign company in an unlisted company will be referred to as foreign direct investment. Can we go forward here? What is benefit? You'll understand. Have patience. Have patience, right? You always try to put the horse before the cart. Have patience. I'm sorry, cart before the horse. Have patience. I'll explain that also to you. Okay, now this is a technical definition which is used by the government to differentiate between what is FDI, what is FPI. Can we go forward? Ask the questions in relation to what I'm discussing. Don't worry, right, sir, where it is allowed, what is the advantage? I'll come to that. Have patience. Now, let me enter into the details of FDI. I'll discuss FDI separately, FPI separately. Then automatically you'll understand why there is a difference in the classification. What is the advantage here? What is the advantage there? You will understand. Let's start. What is the definition of FDI? Investment by a foreign company in purchasing ownership. Ownership in what? Ownership in a company. Ownership in a company. This could be a manufacturing company. It could be a service company. Doesn't matter. Certain amount of ownership will be purchased by a foreign investor in a company here. For example, can there be a joint venture between a foreign company and Indian company? Let me know. Can there be a joint venture? Joint venture means what? Foreign company will invest, let's say 49%. Ownership will be 49% with foreign company. Indian company will own 51%. Can I call this as right FDI? Can I call this 49% as FDI? Of course, answer is yes. Right? Can there be 100% ownership only by foreign company? 100%. Accenture company will come in India. They will invest 100% of the money. They will set up their own company. No Indian partner. No Indian partner. Only, right, the foreign company will make 100% of the investment, which means 100% owned by foreign company. Right? It is FDI again. It is FDI. So understand this. You will have multiple options here. Right? One, you can make 100% of investment in India, set up infrastructure. Set up simply infrastructure, you own the company. Or else there is one more option available to you, which is used by foreign banks. I'll explain this, follow this, slightly technical. There is one more option available for these foreign investors, again classified as FDI only. That is, foreign companies, they will not open companies in India. They will not invest, right, any infrastructure. They will not create anything. They will simply set up offices. Is the logic okay? They are not going to set up a company. They are not going to establish manufacturing facility, nothing. They will simply set up an office and they will hire people, and this foreign company will pay salary to them. This is also foreign direct investment. Any difficulty? I've explained three concepts here. Three types I've explained. One is a joint venture. Second one is where company is set up, 100% investment, it is owned by a foreign company. Third one, only office is set up in India. Only office is set up. No manufacturing, nothing. Only office is set up. Right? And employees are hired. Salaries of the employees is paid by the foreign company. Any example of this? Foreign banks generally follow this. Third one, foreign banks generally follow this. And have you heard of the company Uber? Uber company also does the same thing. So they will simply open up an office, hire people, and pay the salaries through the foreign company like this. That is again foreign direct investment. Done. So this is basically the idea of a FDI. Now, how do we allow FDI to come into India? How do we allow FDI to come into India? There are two ways through which FDI is allowed to come into India. One is called as a direct route or else automatic route. And the second one is called as a approval or government route. But before I discuss a direct and approval route, please understand, it is the government of India. It is the government of India which will decide where I want to allow FDI, where I do not want FDI to go. Simple. Any problem, please do let me know. Government of India has complete authority in which sector they want to allow FDI, in which sector they do not want to allow FDI. Government has the power. Point number two, from which country I will allow FDI to flow in which sector, that is also decided by the government. For example, I'll discuss the concept of direct route and approval route in some time. But if you're an investor from China, I repeat, if you're an investor from China, government of India simply says only one option is available to you, that is government route. Any problem here? Can I go forward? Right, I'll repeat 2 points again. In which sector FDI is allowed, in which FDI is not allowed, government of India has the power. Point number two, if government of India wants, they can basically say that investment coming from one country has to go through specifically one route. That is basically the approval route or government route. And currently policy of government of India is any FDI which will come into India from our neighboring countries. All of you understand the term neighboring countries? Any FDI that will come into India from our neighboring countries, there is only one route, one method that is available for them, that is government route. Now, let me explain what is the government route, what is the automatic route. Now, have a look at this. I'll start with a very simple example. Imagine three sectors are there, A, B, and C. Imagine three sectors, A, B, and C. Now, in A and B, you require huge amount of investment. You want these sectors to grow very, very fast, right? Domestic companies are not investing much here, but there's a potential. You want huge amount of investment to come into sector A and B. Now, if you are the government, think of it and let me know. If you are the government, will you ask the foreign investors to simply come into India without any approval, invest in the sector A and B, or you will ask the foreign companies to come to the government first, submit all the documents, you will look at all the documents, then you will give approval, then they will invest in India. Think of it, right? I'll give you the example here. First route is what? No approvals required, no permission required. They can simply bring the dollars in India, they can invest. And second route is they will have to come to you, submit all the documents, take your approval, that is a permission, then make an investment in the sector. Those who are saying second option, don't you think second option will delay the investments? Let me know, right? Don't you think a second option will delay investments? What if foreign companies look at this process and say, okay, lot of delays are there, the government is asking too many documents, So many clarifications are there. Let me not invest. Possible or not? Right? And even if none of these issues will happen, don't you think you will take time to give approvals to the foreign companies, which will delay the investment in the sector? That is the reason, please choose the first route. Please choose the first route, not the second route. Please choose the first route where approvals are not required. Right? The permissions are not required from the government. And this, my dear, is called as a direct route or automatic route. Direct route or automatic route. What is the direct route or automatic route? Foreign companies will be allowed to bring in capital without any approval, without taking any kind of approval. They can simply bring money in India, invest in the sector A. But there is only one condition here. What is the condition? A foreign company, whenever they will bring dollars into India, in the next 30 days, they will have to approach RBI and give this information to RBI. They will have to approach RBI and give the information to RBI saying that this much amount of money, right, we have brought into India and we are investing in sector A. But please understand, let me know now, is it allowed for China? Think of it. Is it allowed for China? I've already told you this. Do you think the direct route or automatic route is available for Chinese investors? Answer is no. And again, that is decided by the government. Government of India's complete authority regarding FDI policy. Now, let me go to the next one. Approval route or government route? Simple idea. Approval route or government route, which means you'll have to take the approval or permission of the government or government authorities. Then you are allowed to invest in the Indian economy. Here also, there are two types here. One is if your investment is up to 5,000 crore rupees, then you can approach respective ministry. You will have to apply with respective ministry. But again, you don't have to physically go and apply. There is one portal, there is one website that has been set up by the government, FIEFP, Foreign Investment Facilitation Portal. Please buy at it. Please buy at this. If your investment is up to 5,000 crore rupees, then you don't have to physically go and submit the document. There is one website or a portal that has been set up, FIEFP, and right, this will provide all the clearances. Whatever approvals you require, all the clearances will be provided to you. Now, let me know, can I call this as an initiative to promote ease of doing business? Yes or no? Before I go forward, let me ask you a simple question. Can I call this as an initiative to promote ease of doing business? How? If you keep on asking how to every question despite explaining this, then it becomes difficult. I told you, you don't have to literally go to the government offices, submit documents, etc., etc. Then question is how? How do you say this will promote ease of doing businesses? Right? Come on, listen to the lecture then. Now, what if you want to invest more than 5,000 crore rupees? Up to 5,000, portal is there, apply. What if you want to invest more than 5,000 crore rupees? Then the approval will be provided by Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs. CCEA, Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs. Right, so this is how approval route or government route will work. Any investment coming from China, they will have to go through government route. Again, don't write China. You cannot use the term directly China. I'm taking the name China, but in the examination, you'll have to use a technical term. Say, any foreign investment coming from neighboring countries from India, they will have to go through government route or approval route. That is the right way to write the answer. Don't simply say China. It means you are singly targeting China, which you cannot do. China can drag you to WTO. I hope you understand. You cannot simply write, right, I want Chinese investors to go through this, which means, right, you are targeting Chinese investors. Yes or no? You're simply targeting Chinese investors. And don't you think this is violation of principles under WTO? Do you remember the principles of WTO? Most favorable nation, right? National treatment, right? Are you not violating that? That is basically you're saying you are violating that. Then China will go to WTO, file a complaint against you. So that is the reason Government of India says any investment that is coming into India from neighboring country, they will have to go through, right, government route, right? So that is basically the approval or government route. Can we go forward? Can we go forward? Now, where FDI is allowed, some of the examples I've given. Where FDI is prohibited, where FDI is not allowed, I've given a list. Do not do PhD on this. Don't waste your time. Simply by heart, go forward. I hope you understand. Don't waste your time. Many of you will say, sir, what is telecom sector? Sir, what is insurance sector? I want to learn everything. Not required for UPSC. Simply by heart 2 or 3 here, 2 or 3 here, and go forward. Done. So this is the sectors where FDI is allowed, FDI is prohibited. Now, what are the advantages of FDI? What are the merits of FDI? First one, it will bring huge resources into India. I'll talk in the context of India so that all of you will understand. It will bring a lot of resources India. What are the resources? They will bring money into India. Agreed? They'll bring money into India. They will bring technology into India. They will bring managerial practices. Certain expertise will be brought into India. That is the resources here. Second, it will promote competition in the domestic market. Can I give you one example? Ola versus Uber. Let me know. Ola versus Uber. Is it not a prime example of FDI promoting competition in India? Or else, any other example? Civil aviation market. Let me know. Civil aviation market. Is it not promoting competition in the civil aviation market? Or one more very, very important example, Flipkart versus Amazon. Of course, right? I'll give you a clarification here. Flipkart versus Amazon. Amazon is FDI. But even now, right now, what is the status of Flipkart? Right, Flipkart is owned by an American company, Walmart. Flipkart is also owned by an American company, now Walmart. But earlier it was an Indian company. So basically promotion of competition in the market. Done. It will improve the balance of trade. It will improve the balance of trade. That is basically balance of trade means rather than importing the goods now, you are manufacturing the goods in India. Don't you think point number one, import dependence will come down? Let me know. I'm connecting to the current affairs, by the way. Right? Import dependence will come down. Point number two, rather than importing, you'll start exporting these goods to the international market. Can I give you a current affairs example for this? Mobile phones. And in the last couple of days, if you have read the newspapers very carefully, mobile phones very often have been cited. Mobile phones are one of the largest exports from India now, thanks to more and more foreign investment that has, or even domestic investment that has flown into basically the mobile manufacturing. Right? So it will improve the balance of trade. Any problem? Next one, it will generate employment in India. Of course, yes. The examples are there right in front of you. Right? Mobile phone manufacturing or Ola services, Uber services, Walmart, right? That has invested in the Flipkart. Have they not generated employment in India? Of course, yes. It will expand the market. That is, production will increase of goods as well as services. More and more exports will happen from India, right? That is expansion as well as integration to the international market. So these are some of the advantages of having more and more foreign direct investment in India. Any problem here? Can we go forward? Any problem? FDI mentioned pension. My dear, pension companies are there in India. Have you heard of pension companies? There are a lot of companies which are providing pension products to you. Check it, please check it. A lot of pension companies are there in the market today which will provide pension products to you. These are Indian also, these are foreign as well. Okay. If these steps were taken at first planning commission, would India become a 5 trillion? Again, that's just hypothetical. You don't know what would have happened, just a hypothetical question. FDI relate to inventory and marketplace model. Again, don't enter into specific markets. You're talking about e-commerce. I know that. Stick to what we are discussing. What are the demerits? What are the concerns? Is it always good to attract more and more FDI? Of course, no. There will be certain concerns. First point, the government has to make certain important policy changes to attract foreign investors in India. All of you agree with me? Right? The government of India has to make a lot of important policy changes, not just government of India, even the state governments. They will have to make policy changes, right, to attract foreign investors. For example, Karnataka government making changes to labor laws, central government reducing the corporate tax rate. Is it not against the principle of sovereignty? Yes or no? Is it not against the principle of sovereignty? What is sovereignty? In polity, I'm pretty sure, right? Under the preamble, there's a term called as sovereignty. Sovereignty means the power to make our own decisions, the power to take our own decisions. But here, government of India has to make changes to attract foreign investors, which is against the principle of sovereignty. But anyways, even if you don't introduce the idea of sovereignty here, you can simply write that government will have to keep on making policy changes to please foreign investors, to attract, right, the foreign investors. Second, may promote unhealthy competition. Let me explain this, because many of you simply say, sir, earlier you wrote promotion of competition advantage, now you are writing it in demerit. What is this idea of unhealthy competition? Have you come across newspaper articles where there is a criticism against Flipkart company? There is a criticism against Flipkart company as well as Amazon company, that is e-commerce companies. What is the criticism? They are selling at very, very high discounts. Yes or no? There is one criticism that is leveled even by the government of India, by the way. That is, the e-commerce companies are providing huge amount of discounts. And if e-commerce companies are going to provide huge amount of discounts or very high discounts, what will happen to other companies? Let me know. What will happen to other companies? For example, you want to purchase a book for UPSC. Traditionally, without e-commerce, what could have happened? You will go to the shop, you will look at multiple shops wherever 2%, 3%, 5% discount is available, where the condition of the book is very good, you will pay the money, get the book. But today, right, what is the situation today? You want to order, right, let's say clothes, you want to order electronic gadgets, you want to order a book, you want to order anything, you'll go to Flipkart, you will check in Amazon, wherever the discount is very high, you will simply order it. Now, please understand from the viewpoint of traditional sellers, that is the shop owners. Don't you think the competition that is happening because of the Flipkart and Amazon, the traditional sellers are losing out in the market? Right? Many of these traditional sellers, because they were not able to sustain the competition, they have shut down the shops. All of you agree? That is basically the unhealthy competition that I'm referring to here. Because they are providing huge discount, everybody in the market will not be able to sustain the competition. They will have to shut down the business. It may lead to regional disparities. That is basically the concept is, there are certain states which will attract large amount of FDI. And there is a logic behind it. Right? I've told you this yesterday also. If you are a foreign investor, on one side, you look at states such as Maharashtra. You look at states such as Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, and before I make certain people angry, Telangana. Right? Don't you think these states, because they have superior infrastructure, better infrastructure, flexible labor laws, easy land acquisition, etc., they will be attracting lot of FDI? Yes or no? They will be attracting lot of FDI. Now, these states are already industrially developed states. Understand this. These are already industrial developed states. If more and more FDI will enter into the same states all over again, what will happen to other states? Don't you think the imbalance, regional imbalance which is already existing, these imbalances will further widen? That is the third point. Any problem here? Right, fourth point, transfer pricing. That is, these foreign companies might misuse the transfer pricing and avoid tax payments to the government. Avoid tax payments to the government. In fact, we have discussed all of this under taxation, right? That is basically one of the demerits associated with concept of foreign direct investment. Can we go forward now? So we have discussed advantages, benefits, as well as disadvantages or demerits. First point, the government, in order to attract foreign investors, will have to make policy changes. For example, my dear, you should not be asking so much about this point. Do you remember, Government of India reduced the corporate tax rate from 30% to 25%. What was one of the objectives? What was one of the objectives? Objective was to attract foreign investors. But please tell me, if you are going to reduce the corporate tax rate from 30 to 25%, what will happen to tax revenue collection? Will the tax revenue collection increase or decrease? Tax revenue collection would be affected, right? So we have discussed all of this. I'm not giving anything new to you, and that is actually surprising to me. It's nothing new. We have discussed all of it. It's basically a reiteration of what we have discussed. If government of Karnataka will change the labor laws in interest of the foreign company, don't you think it is foregoing? It is sacrificing the interest of labor class in Karnataka. I hope you understand. That is a concern. That is a demerit, right? We are losing. Foreign companies are gaining. That's a basic idea. So these are some of the disadvantages or the demerits associated with the foreign direct investment. Okay. Now, what are the other points regarding FDI? India is one of the largest country in terms of attracting FDI destination, one of the largest destination of FDI. Generally, I've told you this yesterday also. If countries are given rankings as to which country attracts how much FDI, India will be in the top 10. India definitely will be in the top 10. Second, post 2000, the service sector has attracted huge amount of FDI. And we have discussed regarding service sector, why service sector has grown in India. We have discussed this under industries. It's basically a repetition of the same point. Third one, from which countries we attract lot of FDI? We generally attract lot of FDI from Singapore as well as Mauritius. Right, so it is a Singapore as well as Mauritius which are top FDI sourcing economies. Right, so these are certain important points regarding foreign direct investment. Okay, now related to the idea of a FDI, I want to discuss one more concept here: depository receipt. Idea of depository receipt. Now, depository receipt as per Reserve Bank of India are counted as part of FDI. How? I'll explain this. Have patience. Let's understand the basics here first. Now, you're an investor who is there in India. That is, you're an Indian investor. Can you take your money, invest in the USA stock market? Think of it and let me know. Can you take your money, invest in the USA stock market? Perfectly allowed. Right? Sir, you have not discussed this. You have not told this anywhere earlier. My dear, please open the PPT of balance of payments. Under the balance of payments, I'm pretty sure I've told you about liberalized remittances scheme. Yes or no? Liberalized remittances scheme. And under liberalized remittances scheme, this is what I'm pretty sure I've told you. Annually, every one of us, every individual, right? Of course, non-minors. If it is a minor, right, a guardian has to be there. So every individual in India annually can take out $250,000 out of India without taking any permission of RBI. Without any approval of RBI, you can simply take out $2.5 lakh out of India. Where can you invest? You can invest in the stock market. You can invest in real estate assets. You can make different types of usage using the LRS scheme. So now please tell me, can you take your money outside India and invest in the USA stock market? Answer is simply yes. You can do that. But there is a problem. What is the problem? Follow the discussion very carefully. Can you go to the USA and directly start investing in the stock market? They will not allow that. What you need to do is, within India, you will have to approach a brokerage agency. Now, don't worry about brokerage agency. Simply understand one institute. You'll approach a brokerage agency. This brokerage agency will have an agreement with another broker agency in USA. They will have an agreement with another broker agency in USA, United States of America. Right? I'll call this as agency A and agency B. Now, look at the sequence. You will give the money to A, they will give the money to B, and B will invest in the USA stock market. Is it okay? Right? You will give the money to A will ask B to purchase stocks in the USA market. Do you think this is cheaper? Let me know. Do you think this method is going to be cheaper for you? Of course, no. Right? A brokerage agency will collect money from you, charges. Brokerage agency will also impose charges and collect it from you. Is there any way around this? Is there any method which we can use to circumvent all of this? There is a method. What is the method? Follow this very carefully. Imagine this is a Tesla company. You want to invest in the shares of Tesla company. So what the Tesla company will do is, they will get certain instruments. I repeat, they will get certain instruments by the name of depository receipts listed in the Indian stock market. I'll repeat it again. What this Tesla company is doing is, they will have certain instruments which are called as a depository receipts. Again, I'll tell you technically how it is done, but understand the logic here. This company Tesla will issue the depository instruments. These will be listed in the Indian stock market. And the Tesla company says, you purchase one depository receipt, it is equivalent to 10 shares of Tesla company. Is it okay? You purchase one depository receipt of Tesla company, it is equivalent to purchasing 10 shares of Tesla company. Now, can you directly invest into these depository receipts within Indian stock market? Possible or not? Let me know. Possible? You don't have to take your money, you don't have to convert into dollars, etc., etc. Can you directly invest in the depository receipts of Tesla company in the Indian stock market? Yes. And if you purchase one depository receipt, can I simply say it is as good as saying you have purchased 10 shares of Tesla company. 10 shares of the company. Now, it is basically purchasing equity. Yes or no? It is as good as purchasing equity. That is the reason, please remember this. Right? Just a factual information, by heart it now. Depository receipts by default are part of FDI. Is it okay? Depository receipts, RBI says, by default are part of FDI only. That is basically a foreign company is bringing the instruments in India, selling ownership in India. That is basically concept of foreign direct investment. Is it okay? Is the logic okay? Now, if you ask me how specifically it is done, because there are certain students who will suddenly type this in the Google and they'll try to correct to me. They'll try to correct me. Sir, you said Tesla company is listing. I'll tell you how exactly it is done. Follow this carefully. Here is a Tesla company. The Tesla company will take the shares of the company and give it to a custodian. Will give it to a custodian. That is a financial institution such as bank. Now, this custodian basically will have an agreement with another custodian or a depository company in India. They will have an agreement with a depository company in India. So have a look at this. Tesla, let's say, will submit 100 shares to the custodian here. And if you basically consider, right, a conversion rate of one depository receipt is equal to 10 shares, then the depository company in India will have an agreement with this custodian of USA, will list 10 depository receipts of Tesla company, 10 DRs of Tesla company in the Indian stock market. Indian stock market. Is the process okay with all of you? Any issue? Let me know right now. Because I'm pretty sure some of you will type this in the Google and the Google will say deposit receipts are listed, right, by a depository company. And you will, right, argue with me. Sir, you said Tesla company is listing, but the Google says a depository company is listing. This is actually the process. Tesla company, they want to issue instruments in Indian market. Some of you might ask, sir, why are they not directly issuing? My dear, the listing process is very lengthy. The listing process of shares is very, very lengthy. And listing process for deposit receipt is very easy. That is the precise reason many companies, rather than literally listing the shares, right? Let me know. Rather than literally listing the shares, will list deposit receipts. But is it okay if I say deposit receipts are nothing but a representation of the shares? Any problem? Deposit receipts are nothing but a representation of the shares only. So if an investor will purchase a deposit receipt, they are as good as saying they are purchasing the shares only. But the listing process of the DRs is very, very easy. That is the reason many companies will use the deposit receipt route to list the shares in a deposit receipt format in another country. Any problem here? Any problem? I'll repeat the process here again. Let's simplify this. Imagine you are the owner of Tesla company, right? Elon Musk. Imagine you are the owner of Tesla company. You want to come to India, right? List the shares of Tesla company in India. But that will take a lot of time. Very lengthy process. But across the globe, there is a concept of depository receipts is there, wherein you will approach a custodian, let's say a bank in USA, will submit 100 shares to the bank. That bank has an agreement with another company or let's say institution in India. This institution will issue one depository receipt for every 10 shares, which means 100 shares of yours will get converted into depository receipt. So this depository receipt will be listed in Indian stock market. I will go and purchase the depository receipt. Arey Baba, how difficult it is. Fourth time I'm repeating. Can you understand this? Understand the process, no? Tesla company will submit shares. They are not listing shares in India. They are submitting shares. And these shares, right, let's say 100 shares are there. For every 10 share in India, one depository receipt is issued. Which means if I purchase one depository receipt, it is as good as saying I've purchased 10 shares of Tesla company. So what you have done? You have approached a bank in, right, let's say USA. You have submitted 100 shares. That bank has a tie-up, has an agreement with another institution in India. And it is this institution that will basically list the depository receipts in India. Right, so deposit receipts are available in India. Indian investor can directly purchase. And many of you are asking, what is the advantage? For you, are you able to circumvent the lengthy process of share market listing or not? Tell me, are you able to circumvent? Circumvent means cut short a lengthy process of share market listing. That's the advantage for you. What is the advantage for me? If you remember earlier, I wanted to invest in the shares of a Tesla company, but I was supposed to pay brokerage charges here, brokerage charges here. Now, am I going to pay brokerage charges everywhere? Don't you think it will also become easier for me, right, in terms of cost wise, to invest in the right Tesla company, but at lower charges? Right? That's the reason the concept of depository receipts, right, is actually used. Okay. Now, those are asking what is share or what is, right, there's no point in discussing. It means you are not revising, my dear. I cannot go to the financial market and start discussing financial market. Please revise, no? right? Okay. Tesla is selling shares. So how FDI, as they will take money from India, not bring into India? I'll come to that. Just give me a minute. I'll come to, right, how in the Indian context we'll count it as a FDI. Okay. Now, let me explain. Let me explain one more concept. Instead of, let's say Tesla, what if it is done by Infosys? Tell me. What if it is done by Infosys? That is, Infosys will take large number of shares, convert that into deposit receipt, sell the deposit receipts in America. Let me know. Infosys has taken lot of these shares, converted that into deposit receipts, has gone to USA, has issued these deposit receipts in USA, which means dollars are coming into India or not? Simple idea. Which means the dollars are coming into India, investment is coming into India, FDI. That's the reason I said, right, RBI simply says, right, the deposit receipts are counted as a part of FDI in India. Okay. Now, the deposit receipts can be divided into three types. Right, follow this carefully. Depository receipts can be divided or can be classified into three types. First one is American Depository Receipt, ADR. American Depository Receipt, that is ADR. What is the meaning of American Depository Receipts? The depository receipts are issued by non-US companies. I repeat, the DRs which are of non-US companies but are issued in the American market. Indian company will issue depository receipts in USA. Japanese company will issue the DR in America. Chinese company will issue the DR in America. Where it is issued, that is very important. Right? It could be coming from Chinese company, Japanese company, Indian company, doesn't matter. Where the DR is issued, America. And that is the reason these are called as American Depository Receipts. Global Depository Receipts, GDR. In case of Global Depository Receipts, the depository receipts are issued outside America. Right? For example, Infosys will issue the depository receipt, let's say, in European Union. Infosys will issue the deposit receipt in China. Infosys will issue the deposit receipt in Japan. Can I say outside America? Because it is outside America, right? Global depository receipts. Indian depository receipts, right? When the depository receipts by non-Indian companies are issued in Indian market, these are called as Indian depository receipt. For example, please tell me, right? Let me know whether this Infosys example, can I call this as ADR? Let me know. This, right, the Infosys example that I've given here, can I call this as ADR? Arey Baba, please look at the picture carefully. Before you start answering, please look at the picture carefully. Right? Indian company is issuing deposit receipts in America. American deposit receipt. Second one, right? Can I call this as IDR? Have a look at this. Can I call this one as IDR, Indian Depository Receipt? That is a non-Indian company is coming to India and the deposit receipts of this non-Indian company is issued in the Indian market. That is Indian Depository Receipts. Any difficulty here? Don't by heart the process. Many of you are running behind the process, wasting your time. Do not by heart process here, right? Understand the logic behind it. They will issue instruments which are basically backed by shares. That's it. Right? This is called as a deposit receipt. Okay. My dear, same question, how many times will you keep on asking? Did I not say in case of Infosys, we are selling the ownership? In case of Infosys, if the shares in the form of depository receipt is sold, is it not ownership? Is it not equity? Let me know. If right, these deposit receipts are sold and a huge part of the ownership will go to the USA market, is it not equity? That's the reason I said this is basically considered as a part of FDI. Okay. Non-American companies issued in America is ADR. Of course, yes. Again, please understand. You do not listen to the lecture carefully. Listen first. What is the reason why it is called as American deposit receipt? Any company which is not American is issuing DR in America. Now, can it be, right? Let's say German company? Yes. Can it be a Chinese company? Yes. Doesn't matter. It is non-American, right? Can you understand the term? Non-American, right? If it is a non-American company, it will issue DR in America, ADR. If it is a non-Indian company, it will issue DR in India, IDR. If let's say any other company will issue DR outside America, that is, let's say Indian company issuing DR in Britain, Indian company issuing DR, let's say in China, that is a GDR. Okay, right? So where it is issued, focus on that. Who is issuing? No. Where, which market the DR is being issued. Based on that, we'll simply refer to as ADR, GDR, and right the IDR. Okay, so that is basically the concept of depository receipt. Now, before I go forward, before I take up the concept of FPI, I just want to discuss one more concept with you people. That is idea of double taxation avoidance agreement. Did we discuss this? Please do let me know. Double taxation avoidance agreement. Very, very famous. Double taxation avoidance agreement. In this batch, we have discussed this or not? This batch. If you have attended taxation, if I've discussed, I would have discussed only in taxation. Apart from that, I generally allocate this concept in the foreign investments. Some of you are saying yes and some of you are saying no. When there's a split verdict like this, right, there will be a hung assembly. Right? No. Some of you are saying yes, sir, we have discussed this under GAR. Sorry. So take poll. What is the use of poll? You tell me. 40% of you are saying right. There's a 40-60% of you are saying no. What is the use of poll? Right. Anyways, right, let me give you the basic concept. Double taxation avoidance agreement. Let's start. Imagine you are an investor. Okay, you are in India, you are an investor. So you will take your investments, right? And let's say you will make investment in the USA market. It's a very simple concept. Let me explain this. Right? You will take your investment, invest in the USA market. Now, what if on the profits that you have generated, government of USA will also impose a tax, government of India will also impose a tax. Possible or not? Think of it and let me know. Right? You are an Indian investor. You have taken your investments. You have invested in the USA. Government of India will also impose a tax on this. Government of USA will impose the same. Right? On the same profit, they will impose. USA will say, because you are earning profit in USA, I want tax. Government of India will say, you are an Indian investor, so I will impose and collect a tax. So there is a possibility. If it is done, that is on the same revenue or a profit, two authorities are imposing the tax. This is called as double taxation. Now, don't you think there's a problem with the double taxation? What's the problem? Do you think investments will go from India to USA? Or do you think investments will come into India? No, investments would be affected. Right? Investments would be affected because of this. There is no clarity regarding it. That is a precise reason. What generally happens is the governments here, for example, in this, Indian government as well as USA government will sign an agreement. That agreement is called as double taxation avoidance agreement. That agreement is referred to as double taxation avoidance agreement, DTAA, double taxation avoidance agreement. Now, what will happen in a double taxation avoidance agreement? Both of the governments will divide taxation powers amongst themselves. I'll repeat it again. Both of the governments, USA government will say, I will impose and collect tax on some of the transactions here, and Indian government will say, then apart from this, I'm going to impose and collect the taxes on the remaining part of it. That is the taxation power on these kinds of investments, revenues or profits. The taxation powers will be divided between both the governments. This agreement is called as double taxation avoidance agreements. Any problem in understanding this concept? Let me know. Any problem? Right? For example, in this, let's say hypothetically, in this, the government of USA will come to an agreement with India. I will impose and collect a tax, which means now government of India, if I am the investor, they will not be imposing the tax on this profit, right? Because I've already paid it in USA. This is basically the concept of double taxation avoidance agreement. This will provide clarity for taxation. This will promote investments across the borders. That's the reason many agreements, especially for government of India, many agreements, right, basically have been signed in the form of DTAs. Done? Right? So that is basically a concept of a DTA. Now, let's look at the next one. FPI, Foreign Portfolio Investments. FDI is done now. FPI, Foreign Portfolio Investment. Now, what is this foreign portfolio investment? Point number one, definition is simple here. A non-resident investor. A non-resident investor will bring the investments into India, invest in the financial assets. Any difficulty in terms of definition, please do let me know right now. A non-resident investor will bring dollars into India, invest in the financial asset. For example, a non-resident investor, let's say a foreign, right? Let's say a foreign mutual fund company. They'll bring dollars into India, invest in India's bond market or stock market. A foreign insurance company will bring money into India, invest in Indian, right? Let's say shares, that is Indian stock market shares as well as bonds. That is basically the concept of foreign portfolio investment. Any difficulty? Any difficulty? Please do let me know right now. And many of you will keep on asking me, sir, in some of the books I read FPI, in some of the books I read FII. Is there any difference? Most of the times they use interchangeably, but there is a difference. Most of the times they will use both of them interchangeably, but there is a very important difference. What's the difference here? FII is a part of FPI. FII is a part of FPI. For example, when I say non-resident investor, can I give you examples of non-resident investors? What if, right, there is a US citizen? What if there is a US citizen? Can the US citizen invest in the Indian stock market? Think of it, just like you are investing in Tesla company, just like you're investing in Tesla company, don't rush to give answers. Many of you suddenly say no. That three of you people suddenly wrote no. No, my dear, think. We have discussed, you can invest in the Tesla company in the same way. Why not allow them to invest in India? Right? So imagine a US citizen is investing in the Indian market. A US insurance company is investing in the Indian market. Right? Don't you think one is an institution, another one is an individual? Yes or no? One is an institution, another one is an individual. So whenever you're talking about institution, we'll simply use the term FII, foreign institutional investor. And whenever you're talking about individuals, right, they're part of FPI. So FPI will not only include institutions, they will also include individual investors. Done. So that is basically the difference between FII and FPI. Both are used interchangeably, but please understand technical difference is there. FII is a part of FPI like this. Right now, how do we classify FPI? What is the classification of FPI? There are two categories. As per SEBI, there are two categories. Category 1, institutions such as insurance companies, pension companies, the central banks, etc. Right? And there is a category 2, individuals, charitable organizations, etc. They are part of category 2 of FPI. So this is classification. How FPI is part of FI? My dear, I said exactly opposite. You are asking exactly opposite. What are the routes? How FPI will actually flow into India? First one is individuals, right? The non-resident Indians, they are allowed to invest in India, right? Or let's say US citizens, they are allowed to invest in India. So individuals can invest in the Indian market. That is a first way through which investment will come. Second one is foreign institutional investors. FIs will bring lot of money into India, invest in the stock market, invest in the bond market. And the third and fourth, I'll discuss separately now. That is a fully accessible route and voluntary retention route. Fully accessible route and voluntary retention route. And those are asking what is FII, long form of FII, it is there right in front of your eyes. Please observe. Please observe. Right? So these are the different ways through which foreign investment will come into the stock market, bond market, etc. So third one I'll discuss separately. Fourth one I'll discuss separately. Right? There are slides for this. I'll discuss them. Have patience. But before that, let me take a break. Right? Let me address your questions now. It is only limited to America and India, no other nomenclature. If you're talking about deposit receipts, the idea for deposit receipt was introduced in America. That's the reason nomenclature is mostly based on American deposit receipt. And I'm pretty sure I know the behavior of the students. Just to prove me wrong, majority of you, or at least some of you, would have already searched in the Google. Right? Just to prove me wrong, you will not find any other nomenclature. Generally, you will find ADR and GDR. But apart from that, because we need to remember, even from the Indian context, we have IDR. But because it was introduced in USA, the most famous is ADR, American Depository Receipt. Can you repeat spillover effect? Spillover effect means impact of one event on another. Simple. Impact of one event on the other. When one event is taking place, what is the impact of that event on the rest of the world? That is called a spillover effect. Right? Best example, Russia-Ukraine war. In Tesla example, okay, I've already addressed this. What is transfer pricing, my dear? Transfer pricing basically, again, if you don't revise, right, I cannot keep on repeating everything that we have discussed. We have taken, or we have completed around, let's say 20 hours, 20 into 3.5, 70 hours of discussion. If you keep on asking, repeat everything that we have discussed, becomes very difficult to cover rest of the things. Transfer pricing is a practice wherein when companies will sell a product to another company, what is the price that is given to that? That is called as a transfer pricing. And we have discussed, please go back to taxation, open the chapter, you will realize that we have discussed transfer pricing, how companies will avoid taxes using transfer pricing. How to identify if a company is fake or fake in direct route. Why? Who will create a fake company to invest in India? You tell me. You are making confused. Earlier you have told FDI bring physical investment, and now you are saying more than 10% equity, it is called FD. Imagine you start a company, right? That's a reason you will have to listen to the lecture very carefully. You start a company, name of the company is ABC. I'm a foreign company. I will bring money in India, purchase, right? Let's say 7% equity directly from you, right? Or in the stock market or from you. When I'm purchasing up to 10%, that is less than 10%, I'll classify this as FPI. What is difficulty in this? Let me know what is difficult in this. Right? If I come and purchase the 7% share from the stock market, I'll tell you why this kind of a distinction has been made. Right? Let me know. I'll give you two examples. In example one, a foreign investor A will go to the stock market. Stock market purchase a 10% of shares in Infosys. Example 2, Example 2, A will directly approach Infosys, enter into a joint venture, purchase a 10% of Infosys company. Now, please tell me, is there any difference between both of them? Look at it and let me know. Is there a difference between both of them? Of course, yes. In one case, the investor has directly gone to the company, they have entered into a joint venture. In another case, the investor has gone to the stock market to purchase shares. Both are different instances. But don't you think there's a confusion here? Now tell me, if you're the government of India, will you classify this as FT or this as FDI? There is a lot of confusion. That's the reason government of India simply said, if you purchase up to 10% of equity in a company, I will classify this as a FPI. If it is 10% or more than 10%, it is classified as FDI. Why keep FPI in capital when it's frequently done? My dear, assets, capital. I believe you have read explanation in a particular book, or you have heard someone saying very frequently conducted transactions in balance of payment will be current and very less frequently conducted will be capital. No, the difference is assets and liabilities in capital, right? National income in the current. That's a very important point. Okay. How Niti Aayog can be shown finger when pandemic increased inequality. My dear, pandemic has happened in the last 2 years. Does it mean that only during pandemic income inequality has increased? Let me know. Right? You are asking me, sir, how can you criticize Niti Aayog when because of pandemic inequality has increased? But don't you think inequality is still existing whether or not pandemic had impacted us? Whether there's a pandemic or not, even then inequality would be there in India. That is a criticism. Okay. How Niti Aayog ensures accountability? I've told you there is a department within Niti Aayog, DMEO, Development Monitoring Enforcement Office. DMEO is there. That is the authority which will look at how efficiently the reforms or the policy of government of India are being implemented. Okay. Can we invest in USA via FPI? My dear, for you it will not be FPI. For USA it will be FPI. When you invest in USA, you will become a foreign investor for USA. Right? Please look at that first. If foreign company investing less than 10% in unlisted company in India, then it will be called as FPI or FDI. My dear, please tell me, FPI, do you think they will go to the companies or they will go to the stock market? Think of it and let me know. A foreign portfolio investor, will they go to the stock market or to the company? They will go to the stock market. And you are saying unlisted company. If it is unlisted company, is it available in the stock market? How? You tell me. Right? So that's a reason. In case of unlisted company, any investment done by a foreign investor by default will be counted as the FD itself. Okay. Whether GDRs are excluded for the purpose of determining whether a firm is a foreign owned or not. What do you mean by firm is foreign owned or not? Please do let me know. Okay, let's take a break then. Let's take a break. We will restart the discussion again at 7:23. We'll restart the discussion again at 7:23. Take a break now. Am I audible? Can we start? Okay, let's continue. So we are discussing FPI, foreign portfolio investors. In case of FPI, I said the category as prescribed by SEBI, Securities Exchange Board of India. We divide the investors into two categories: category 1, category 2, insurance companies, pension companies, central banks, even sovereign wealth funds. There is something called as a sovereign wealth fund. What do you mean by sovereign wealth fund? Government will set up a fund and they will invest in foreign markets. For example, have you heard of Abu Dhabi Investment Authority? Very, very famous, by the way. Abu Dhabi Investment Authority, ADIA. This is nothing but a sovereign fund. So sovereign fund simply means a fund, right, which is set up by the government, which will invest in the markets. So even the sovereign wealth funds, which will invest in the stock market, are kept under category 1. So we have category 1, category 2. Then in which routes, in which forms the investments will flow into India? One, individual investors will make investment. Second one is foreign institutional investors, that is, let's say pension companies, insurance companies, mutual fund companies, all of them foreign, will make investment in the stock market. But apart from these two routes, there are two more routes. One is fully accessible route. Second one is voluntary retention route. Let's try and understand both of them. First one is voluntary retention route. Now, what do you mean by voluntary retention route here? Follow this carefully. Point number 1. If you are the government of India, please tell me, would you want to limit how much foreign investments will flow in the bond market or not? Focus on the bond market. Would you want to limit how much investments will flow in the bond market or not? Right? We have discussed this already. Right? I'll tell you the context also. Balance of payments, capital account. There are certain restrictions which are imposed, and the reason is very simple. If there is no restriction, right, today lot of investments will come to the bond market. Tomorrow they will simply flow out of India, but in the process will create lot of volatility, right, uncertainty in the bond market, and we don't want that to happen. For this reason only, what we have done is Reserve Bank of India says up to how much percentage, and that will vary from company to company. Don't worry, it will vary. So up to how much percentage of the investments are allowed in the bond market. Point number 1. Point number 2, my concern, that is, as an RBI, the concern is that investments will come into India today, they might simply go out tomorrow. But what if there are certain investors who are guaranteeing to you? I repeat, what if there are certain investors who are voluntarily giving a guarantee that they will stay in India for at least 3 years? Now, please tell me, don't you want to provide certain flexibility to them? Think of it. There are certain investors who are saying, I will invest in, let's say, corporate bond market. I will invest in the government bond market for at least 3 years. Guaranteed. I will not take certain amount out of India. Guaranteed I'll keep it in India. So don't you think for these kind of investors who will bring money in India for a longer duration, right, we will have to provide certain flexibility, relaxation to them. That is exactly what is done under the voluntary retention route. Point number 1 within this, voluntary means what? Why this is called as voluntary? If you remember the example that I told you, the example that I gave you was a foreign investor voluntarily is going to RBI, says that they will keep the investment for a longer duration. They are guaranteeing. There is no compulsion. I hope you understand. RBI says you don't want to be there in India for longer duration. Okay, no issues. But certain investors, they are only declaring to the RBI that they will remain for a longer duration. That is the reason this is called as a voluntary retention route. Now, what is this concept of voluntary retention route? RBI says those investors who are willing to invest for a period up to, at least 3 years. I'll repeat my statement. Those investors who guarantee that, who are guaranteeing that at least 75% of their investment will remain in India for at least 3 years. Whatever conditions are there, right, for you to invest in the bond market, whatever restrictions are there, I will relax those restrictions. Any difficulty? I'll repeat it again. RBI says under voluntary retention route, those investors who will guarantee that at least 75% of their investment will remain in India for at least 3 years. I will relax the restrictions. I will loosen the restrictions that I've imposed on you to invest in the bond market. Now, if these relaxations are provided, don't you think the dollar inflow into the bond market, be it corporate bond market or government bond market, the investments will increase? Yes or no? The investments, that is a dollar inflow, will increase. And that will bring precious forex reserves into India. And compared to earlier situation, this relaxation, can I simply say it is nothing but movement towards, right, capital account convertibility. Let me know. I'm not saying 100% convertibility. I'm saying, is it not representing a movement towards capital account convertibility? That is, until now, restrictions were there. Now I'm saying I will relax the restrictions for some of you, not all of you, some of you. Is it not a movement towards capital account convertibility? Answer is yes. So that is the idea of a voluntary retention route. And please remember, under voluntary retention route, they can invest in the corporate bond market. There's a segment under VRR for corporate bond market. There is a segment for government bond market as well. This is basically the concept of voluntary retention route. Any problem? Can I go forward? Any problem? And here also there is one more point here. Please look at it. The investment limit under this will be auctioned with the key allocation criteria being retention period. Let me explain this. Imagine there are two investors. I hope you understand this. Imagine there are two investors. Investor A says they will invest 100 crore rupees and they will keep at least 75% of it for 3 years in India. I'll ask you a question. Focus on the explanation. Let's say investor A says, I will invest 100 crore and 75% of it guarantee I'll keep at least for 3 years in India. Investor B says, I will also invest 100 crore rupees. I guarantee that at least 75% of it will remain for 4 years in India. Now, if you are the RBI governor, will you give the preference for B or A? Very simple question, by the way. Will you give priority for B or A? You should give the priority to B. So in 1 year, RBI will say under VRR, I will allow so much investment to come in India. And within this, any foreign investor who proposes to retain their investment for a longer duration will be given the first preference. That is the point here. That's basically the idea of a voluntary retention route. Any difficulty here? Isn't making minimum 3 years of retention itself a restriction for FII? It's a condition. And please understand, it's not compulsion for all the investors. RBI says there is one option available to you. You want to use it. But the condition is that you will have to remain in India for at least 3 years. Otherwise, if there is no such condition, then don't you think we have created a system wherein today the foreign investors will come, invest a lot of money in the government bonds because that is very, very safe for them. Tomorrow, if Fed tapering is done, they will sell all the government bonds, take the money outside India. Now tell me what will happen to the bond market. Right? I hope you understand what will happen to the bond market. Bond market will crash. Government bonds will lose confidence in the market. Do you want that to happen? Right? That is the precise reason to begin with, there were restrictions on investing in government bonds. Right? And these restrictions, RBI says, I will relax it, but you will have to keep it for longer duration in India. That is voluntary retention route. Okay. Next one is fully accessible route, FAR, fully accessible route. Again, this is also movement towards capital account convertibility. Now, what is the fully accessible route? Point number one, foreign investors are interested in investing in government bonds. Any problem with this? I'll repeat the statement. Foreign investor is interested in investing in government bonds. Point number two, but the government of India, that is through RBI, has imposed a restriction on government bond market. Now RBI simply says some of the government bonds, not all of them, some of the government bonds, I will open them up and foreign investors can invest, right, without any restriction in these government bonds. I'll repeat the statement here. Right, I'll repeat the process here, understand, and there itself you'll understand the difference between VRR as well as FAR. Under FAR, RBI saying some of the government bonds, I will open them up. Foreign investors, right, I will provide them the flexibility, no restriction. Now, only in these government bonds, they can invest their money. That is basically fully accessible route, FAR. Right, have a look at this. There is a limit on investment for FPIs in case of government bonds, and RBI under the fully accessible route will do away with these kind of restrictions. But in what kind of securities these restrictions will be removed, RBI will decide it. For example, right now, a 5-year government bond, 10-year government bond, and 30-year government bond. In these, if foreign portfolio investors want to invest, restrictions have been removed. Is it okay? Restrictions have been withdrawn by RBI. Again, the argument is very simple. If you remove restrictions, foreign investors are very much interested in investing in Government of India's bonds. Dollars will keep on flowing into these bonds. That is basically into the bond market. This is a fully accessible route. So two routes, additional routes we have discussed. One is a voluntary retention. Second one is a FAR, fully accessible route. Any difficulty, can we go forward? This is basically the discussion regarding foreign portfolio investment. Third point is not clear. My dear, 5-year government security, 10-year government security, 30-year government security. Who is notifying? Notifying means who is saying that only in these government securities foreign investment is allowed without any restriction. Who is announcing that? RBI. RBI would be announcing what kind of securities will be covered under fully accessible route. Why will it be a problem if government bond crashes? My dear, if foreign investors will sell all the bonds in India at one moment of time, within couple of minutes, the supply of bonds in the market will be very, very huge. And you tell me, if the supply of bonds is very, very huge, what will happen to market prices? Let me know. What will happen to market prices? Market prices will crash. You want a crash in the bond market? That too government bond market. Right? So obviously, you do not want a crash to happen. How can you basically ensure that the crash will not happen in the bond market? Ensure that foreign investors will have limited amount of investment. That's a basic idea. Okay. So FDI is done. FPI is done. Let me go to the next model. Special economic zones. Very, very famous. Special economic zones. Right. That is SEZ. Now, what is this concept of a special economic zones? Let me explain the point here first. Imagine this is India. Okay, imagine. I know it doesn't look like India. Imagine. Now, Government of India has identified one region, and let's say I will set up a manufacturing company in the region A. Okay. Second, you will also set up a manufacturing facility, company B, but outside the region which has been identified, notified by the government. I know I've explained this, right? In taxation, I've explained this, but let me connect it to the SEC now. Now, if I import something, Government of India says no taxes will be applicable on the imports. No taxes are applicable on the imports. Why? Because I'm set up in this area, notified area, whatever production I've done, I will have to export it. Simple. Whatever production I've done, I will have to export it to international market. Now, let me give a very simple example. If both of us are manufacturing this bottle, please tell me, both will import plastic. If Government of India wants to promote exports, if they impose a tax on the plastic, don't you think bottle price will increase? Agreed? If the government will collect a tax on the plastic, bottle price will increase. Do you think with higher market price of the bottle, export will become more competitive? No. Export competitiveness will come down. So Government of India says, I've identified certain regions. I've identified, notified or declared certain areas. You set up manufacturing facilities in those regions. Whatever you import, I will not impose taxes on it. But condition is that you will have to export the output. You will have to export the output. Now, second important point. I will call this a region as a special economic zone. I will use a different color marker. Let me know. I will call this region, that is a red marked region, as a special economic zone. Yes, easy. And rest of India, right? There is rest of India. The rest of India, I'll call this as domestic tariff area. The rest of India, I'll call this as domestic tariff area. Any difficulty? Let me know right now. I've divided the whole of India into two parts. The region where SEZ is set up, I'll call this as SEZ. And rest of India, I'll call this as a domestic tariff area. I'm going to the second point. Imagine I've imported plastic. No taxes were imposed. If I'm not able to, if I'm not able to export this, don't you think I am at an advantage compared to you? Your company B, you're also manufacturing the same bottle. I'll repeat it, let me know. Both of us imported plastic. I imported no taxes. You imported taxes. Now, rather than exporting, I will sell it in the domestic tariff area. Don't you think by default, I'm already having an advantage compared to you? Then tell me, should the tax benefit provided to me? Should Government of India extend the tax benefit to me? Answer is no. That is the reason, if you manufacture anything within the SEZ and you sell it in the domestic tariff area, government will simply say it is an import. Right? I'll repeat the statement. You manufacture anything within SEZ and you try to sell it within a domestic tariff area, Government of India will treat it as an import and will impose the taxes on it. Right? In order to ensure that units within the SEZ will not enjoy advantage compared to non-SEZ units within domestic tariff area. Right? So have a look at the points now. Right? Have a look at the points. Special economic zone is an area in which the business and trade laws are different from rest of the country. Right? For example, you import something, no taxation. 5 years, you don't have to pay any income taxes. 100% tax exemption. Zero taxes you will pay to the government. Right? So SEZ is an area in which business and trade laws are different from rest of the country. Point number 2, it is a duty-free territory outside customs territory. Customs means what? The taxes that we impose on imports or exports. Simple. Customs is nothing but the tariffs or the taxes that we impose on imports or exports. Are we imposing any taxes on exports? No. Are we imposing any taxes on the imports within SEZ? Again, no. It is a duty-free territory. Right? Next point. tax exemption is provided, right? For first 5 years, 100% tax exemption, 100%. Meaning what? Let's say you have set up a manufacturing facility in 2006. The idea of SEZ was introduced post 2005 in India. Imagine you set up the manufacturing unit. Whatever profits you will generate in the first 5 years, government will not collect any taxes from you. Is it okay? Government will not collect any taxes from you. Right? So tax exemption, that is 100% tax exemption for the first 5 years. And after 5 years is over, for the next 5 years, 50% exemption will be provided. Can we go forward? Any difficulty here? For the first 5 years, 100% exemption. For the next 5 years, 50% tax exemption. The output that is produced in the SEZ, either it is goods or services. Either it is goods or services, the output of SEZ, it is right to be exported. It is to be exported to the international market. And finally, no import duty on any imported goods. But have a look at this. The companies in the SEZ have to be net foreign exchange earners. They will have to be net foreign exchange earners. What do you mean by net foreign exchange earners? Let me take the same example. I'm a manufacturer. Okay. I will import plastic. Point number one. I will import plastic. Will it lead to outflow of dollars? Start answering, participate. I will import plastic. Will it lead to outflow of dollars? Yes. Let's say $100. Somebody is saying no. Those who are saying no, my dear, in what way you will pay for the plastic then? Is anybody doing a charity in the international market? Let me know. Right? So if you import plastic, you'll have to pay right dollars. So dollars have gone out. Now you'll manufacture a bottle and you will export the bottle. Net foreign exchange earner means whatever is the value of your exports, whatever is the value of your export, the value of export has to be greater than whatever you have imported. Simple. Right? The company which is present in the special economic zone, whatever they have imported, which means dollars have gone out, they will have to export and bring in dollars more than the value of imports. That is basically net foreign exchange earner. This is one condition for any company that is present in the special economic zone. Okay. All the facilities within the SEZ will be provided by the developer. That is, private developers are there. Governments generally don't develop SEZs. Private developers are there. They will take the approval from the government and develop special economic zone. And within the special economic zone, any facility, office facility, transportation, right, or let's say security, water supply, everything will be provided by the developer himself. The Act provides for single window clearance system. The Act provides for single window clearance system. Means what? You want to set up an SEZ, you require multiple approvals. Simple idea. You require multiple approvals. Now, rather than going from one ministry to another ministry, there is only one authority, right? That is Board of Approval, BOA. This Board of Approval will give you all the clearances. Is it okay? Again, ease of doing business. Rather than running from one ministry to another ministry, there is only one authority. This authority, Board of Approval, will give you all the clearances. This is called as a single window clearance mechanism. Right? So these are some of the very important features of special economic zones. Now, right, what is the situation of SEZs in India? Right? I don't understand the question itself. There is a question, please rephrase it. Anyways, more than 400, right, SEZs, approvals have been provided. Approvals have been provided. But out of these, operational are more than 200. All of you will understand the difference between how many approved, how many are operational. 400 approvals have been given. Only 200 are operating in India. the investment within the special economic zones has increased. Right? Investment within the SEZ has increased. Third one, the exports also have increased. Back in the year 2005, and understand why I've written 2005 year. What is the importance of 2005? The Special Economic Zones Act was introduced and passed in 2005. SEZ Act of 2005. So SEZs back in the 2005 accounted for 5% of total exports from India. By 2016, it has increased to 24%. By 2018 and 19, it has further increased to 30%. Right? So over a period of time, total value as well as a percentage of total exports from SEZ, these are contributing more and more. As of September 2021, 427 have received, 427 formal approvals have been provided. Only 267 are operational, right? And these, the SEZs have created or have employed 23 lakh people or 2.36 million people in India. So this is the performance of special economic zones so far. So what are the issues then? Are there any issues? Are there any problems related to functioning of SEZs? Of course, yes. Let's start. One, pandemic has affected exports from the SEZs. Anybody want to contest the first one? Anybody who says, sir, how pandemic will affect trading of SEZs, please do let me know. Second one, too many are service sector entities. A lot of them are service sector units. So why this is a concern? Why this is an issue? When we proposed the model of special economic zone, the government of India argued that they want to promote manufacturing sector. I'll repeat the point here. When we introduced the concept of special economic zone, the argument of government was, in the special economic zones, manufacturing will be promoted. But over a period of time, what we have seen is manufacturing units within the SEZ are very less. Rather, IT or ITES, that is information technology enabled services, IT or ITES are very, very high. How much? As per a survey that was conducted by Comptroller Auditor General, around 67% of the units within the SEZs are service sector units. Around 67% are service sector units only. That is an issue. Third, land acquisition is difficult in India. All of you agree? Land acquisition, many of the times we have discussed this. And in infrastructure and investment, by default you write it. By default, you simply write land acquisition is a problem in India. Okay. Next one. The land has been acquired, but a large part of this SEZ land is remaining unutilized. Why? Right. Imagine a private developer. I and you in a partnership, we have got the license from the government. We want to develop one area as a special economic zone. But what happened was the bank which was supposed to give us loan, now the bank is charging me higher rate of interest. Simple. Bank has started charging me higher rate of interest. Or two of the business partners, right? Let's say I am incurring huge amount of losses. I've gone bankrupt. I will not be able to invest in the business proposal now. Or you have acquired land. Some of the land has fallen under litigation now. Can you ensure that SEZ will be developed? In all these examples that I gave, ultimately what will happen is SEZ, right, we have got the approvals, but we will not be able to develop the SEZ. We have acquired the land, but we will not be able to develop the SEZs. Okay, right? So subsidies such as MEIS, which were given earlier by the government to SEZs, right, these were not as per WTO guidelines. Now government of India has withdrawn MES subsidies that were given to SEZ units. Okay. Next, is there complementary infrastructure available in India? What do you mean by complementary infrastructure? Do we have sufficient road infrastructure in India? Do we have sufficient power supply, industrial power supply? That's important. Power supply in India. Are the ports which are there in India, are they having good amount of technology for importing as well as exporting? Answer to all of them is no. Tomorrow you will understand all of them. Don't worry. Infrastructure, lot of problems are there. Tomorrow we'll discuss infrastructure. Have patience. So these are some of the issues that are plaguing the special economic zones, right? The special economic zones. Okay. Now, there was a committee that was set up by the government of India, Baba Kalyani Committee. Baba Kalyani Committee. What are the recommendations given by Baba Kalyani Committee? First one, the Baba Kalyani Committee says that right now we are having a model of special economic zones. And in the model of special economic zones, our focus is on the promotion of exports. Yes or no? Our focus is on the promotion of exports. And to promote exports, we give lot of subsidies. And because the subsidies are connected to the exports, the other trading partners will drag us to WTO. We will end up losing in the WTO. So what is the solution then? Change the policy altogether. Rather than having a policy of special economic zones, restructure this into employment and economic enclave. Have a look at this. Restructure the whole policy, rather than having SEZ, convert them into the concept of employment economic enclave. Now what will happen if you make a shift to employment economic enclave? The committee says, rather than providing subsidies, that is incentives to promote exports, don't do that. Don't do that. You provide incentives for employment generated. You provide incentives or subsidies for the investment that is being done. Now, please tell me, if the government of India changes the policy wherein rather than giving subsidies connected to the exports, if you connect the subsidies to the investment, is it going to distort international trade? Think of it. Are you violating any of the WTO guidelines? Any policies of WTO, any act of the WTO are you violating? No. Your policy automatically will adhere to the WTO guidelines. But more importantly, rather than only concentrating on the exports, now you can concentrate on employment generation. Now you can concentrate on promotion of more and more investment. Have a look at the second point here. Incentives must be linked to the employment generation, investment, etc. All these are simply recommendations. None of them have been implemented by the government so far. Simply recommendations. Third one, sunset clause to be looked into, tax incentives to increase. What is the sunset clause? When the SEZ Act 2005 was passed, Government of India said, I will provide a tax exemption. Yes or no? Do you remember this? Government of India said they will provide a tax exemption. But for how many years? Can they keep on providing till 2070? Can they keep on providing till 2090? They can't do that. That is the reason there was an expiry date. Sunset is nothing but expiry date. There was an expiry date for this tax exemption, and that was 15 years. The tax exemption was available, 100%, 50% like this. The tax exemption was available only for 15 years. And please have a look at this. SEZ Act of 2005. If you add 15 years, don't you think we are in 2020? Think of it. SEZ Act was introduced in 2005. And if this provision, that is a tax exemption, is available only for 15 years, which means we are in 2020. Which also means if you start manufacturing after 2020, government will not give you any tax exemption. All of you can understand? But what this committee says is, don't do that. Don't withdraw these tax exemptions. Continue providing tax exemptions. In fact, increase the tax exemptions so that you'll be able to attract more and more investments within the SEZ. Done? That is the third point. Promote other types of services also. Promote other types of services. Right now, most of the service units within the SEZ are information technology enabled services. But apart from that, don't we have other types of services? For example, right, medical products. Now you can order medical products online. It's a service. Cab service. It is also a type of service only. Food delivery services. So there are so many other types of services. Most of them are IT or ITES promote other types of services within the special economic zones. That is basically the point number 4. Point number 5. Right now you want to set up service sector SEZ, manufacturing sector SEZ. The policy is the same. Guidelines are same. What process you're supposed to follow, everything is same. This committee says it should not be same for both of them. You want to set up a manufacturing SEZ, the guidelines should be different, right? The procedure should be different. You want to set up a service sector SEZ, the guidelines, procedure, etc. must be different. Rather than having a different, rather than having only one policy like this, have separate framework for both of them. That is point number 5. Point number 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, point number 5. Point number 6. Right, implement certain policies to promote ease of doing business. You'll have to promote ease of doing business. So implement certain policies to do that. And point number 7, increase the competitiveness of the exports by developing ecosystem development such as infrastructure development, port development, railway connectivity, road development, etc., etc. Right? So these are some of the recommendations which have been provided by Baba Kalyani, but Government of India specifically so far has openly not said we are going to implement any of the recommendations. They have neither said they will not implement, nor they have said they will implement. If at all they do, you'll have to wait and see how many of them they will implement. Okay, done? Any issue in any of these? Point number 6, my dear, implement policies to promote ease of doing business. Many policies you can implement to promote ease of doing business. Implement them. Why 15 years? Generally, these kind of end date, or let's say expiry dates, are given because the government feels that for certain number of years, if they provide these kind of exemptions, in those years, these units will become competitive. Right? By that time, the policy will become very, very competitive. Right? That is the reason there is generally a sunset clause that is provided by the government. But due to incentive will not manufacture outside SEZ will get impacted. I'm unable to understand the question. Due to incentive will not manufacturer outside SEZ will get impacted. My dear, here the argument is to promote employment generation. Some of you are asking, what about exports? Here the target is not exports. Please read the first line. Please read the first line. That's the reason. Is the target to promote exports? No, target is to promote investments. Target is to promote employment. Obviously, there's a policy shift. That is the reason the term is policy shift. Okay. Okay. Now, next model. What type of other services can you think of? Okay, let me ask you this. You should not be asking these kind of questions. This is my concern regarding to some of the students that keep on asking these kind of questions. This is my 22nd class or 21st class. Can you think of any service apart from IT and ITES? Let me know. Can't you think of any service apart from IT and ITES? Of course, yes. It should not be difficult for you. In fact, I gave you examples also. Ola services, food delivery, etc., etc. And so don't keep on having these kind of doubts. You should be able to understand, right, what we are discussing now. Okay. Now, next model, National Investment Manufacturing Zone. And when I tell you this, it's not to insult anyone. Most of you will take it like an insult. How can you say this to me? Absolutely nothing here. I don't want to insult anyone. I can't even see you. Every one of you can see me. I know that. I can't see you. But my only concern is that you should be aware of it by now. You should be aware, because this is not the first class, this is not the second class. And every day I keep on asking you to read newspapers. Today's Hindu newspaper, was there anything relevant for your UPSC exams? Did you come across the term disinflation in Hindu newspaper today? Let me know. Did you come across the term disinflation? For that matter, every newspaper there was an article on disinflation. Those who are saying no, please open Hindu newspaper today, go to business page. Please open Hindu newspaper, go to business page. First article is that only. Don't keep on saying, don't keep on saying no. You are basically showing to me that you are not at all reading. Right? Don't do that. Disinflation was mentioned in the Hindu newspaper, business page, first article. Now, did we discuss disinflation or not? Let me know. Did we discuss the concept of disinflation? Of course, yes. We have discussed it. Open the inflation chapter. There is one discussion that we have done on deflation, disinflation. What is the meaning? What is the difference? Etc. etc. Now, understand what is disinflation, why RBI governor is saying there is going to be a very slow disinflation. Beyond that, don't buy out any number from the article. Not at all needed. Right? Don't buy out the numbers in the article. UPSC is not going to ask you the numbers in the article. Trust me on that. Why? Do you think inflation rate will be published only in once in a year? Think of it. Inflation will be published only once in a year? Of course no. Every month inflation data is published. So such a high frequency indicator, do you think UPSC will ask a question on the numbers? Right? So I hope you understand the logic behind it. Right? And by the way, those who have read, let's say Business Standard, there is an article on cereal inflation. Cereal inflation, food inflation. Food inflation in case of India is a concern now. RBI is also saying it's a concern. Why? No doubt overall inflation has come down. Overall inflation has come down, no doubt. But if you see the cereal inflation is in double digits. That's very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. Right? That's the reason you'll have to understand all these concepts. Read multiple newspapers. Okay, done. Now let me go to the next one. Right? NIMZ. Before I start discussing NIMZ, I just want to make one point very clear. NIMZ is just a proposal. Is it okay? NIMZ is a policy that has been announced by the government. Not a new policy. Government back in the year 2011 came out with a policy called as National Manufacturing Policy. NMP. National Manufacturing Policy. NMP 2011. National Manufacturing Policy 2011. So it's not a new idea in case of India. But please understand the next point here. So far as I know, I've checked the data even today. So far, no NIMZs are operating in India. None of the NIMZs are operational in India. Right? Many of the NIMZs have been approved by the government. More than 20 in fact. But none of the NIMZs have been operational. Why? Investment has become a problem. Land acquisition has become a problem. Hence, right, proposals are there. More than 20 have been approved. None of them are operational. So if you ask me, sir, right, what is the revenue generated by NIMZs? Answer will be absolutely nothing. Right? Because none of them are operational. If you ask me, how many employments are there in NIMZ? Again, absolutely nothing, because none of them are operational. In fact, in the last 1 year, if you're from, let's say, southern India, right, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, there is one NIMZ which has been proposed. Farmers opposed it. There was a lot of issue in that region. Farmers actually opposed it. There was a law and order situation in that region because of NIMZ itself. But anyways, come to the idea. Just understand what they are proposing and move forward. Now, what is an NIMZ? NIMZ will be developed as an industrial town. Simple. It will be developed as industrial town. Now, before I explain what is an industrial town, please tell me, have you heard of the name Jamshedpur? It's a town, by the way. Have you heard of the town Jamshedpur? What is the importance of Jamshedpur? What is the importance? It has production of steel or not? It is very well known for steel plant. Now, is it okay if I say like this? Please understand the sequence here. Is it okay if I say that steel plant was proposed, steel plant was set up, and over a period of time, surrounding the steel plant, a town has got developed? Any problem? I'll repeat it again. Steel plant was set up first, and because the steel plant was set up, labor were hired, the town, right, other infrastructure, housing, schooling, right, let's say hospital, etc., etc., the whole town got developed. Such cities are called as industrial towns. Simple. Such cities are referred to as industrial towns. That is, these cities are developed because industries are there. I hope you understand. First, industries are proposed, and in order to facilitate the growth of the industries, all the supporting infrastructure that is required will also be developed. That is called as industrial towns. So NIMZ will be developed as industrial towns. Point number one. Point number two, NIMZs will be involved in the export, might have a multiple special economic zones, multiple industrial parks will be there, the units which are oriented towards exports will also be set up, etc., etc. For the purpose of governing these NIMZs, the central government will have one authority, special purpose vehicle. A new authority will be set up to govern this NIMZ, and that is called as a special purpose vehicle. Let me give you the basic idea of a special purpose vehicle. All of you heard of bullet train project? Let me know. Is there anyone who says, sir, what is bullet train? All of you heard of bullet train project or not? Which is the authority which has the responsibility of developing or implementing bullet train project in India? Let me check your current affairs reading. Which authority has been set up in order to ensure bullet train project will be implemented in India? We have a special purpose vehicle, that is National High Speed Rail Corporation. National High Speed Rail Corporation. Please remember this. Rail Corporation Limited. Right? It is basically limited. In short, they will write NHSRCL. NHSRCL. Now, can I call this as a special purpose vehicle? What is a special purpose vehicle? An authority which has been set up for a special purpose. Simple. Don't complicate it. One authority has been set up, an entity has been set up for only one purpose, special purpose. That is called as special purpose vehicle. I'll give you one more example. Have you heard of the company Energy Efficiency Services Limited? Very, very famous in India, by the way. Energy Efficiency Services Limited. Right? In which context ESL is very important? It is important in promotion of a scheme of Government of India, that is LED. LED scheme. Right? There's a scheme, Ujjwala scheme. Households should get access to LED bulbs. In offices, we should shift to LED bulbs. In street light, we should shift to LED bulbs. Right? So there is a program called as National LED Program. National LED Program. Now, who is responsible for the implementation of National LED Program? There is a special purpose vehicle, Energy Efficiency Services Limited. Now, is the concept of SPV okay with all of you? Can we go forward? So, in order to manage, right, the NIMZ, Government of India says, I will appoint an SPV. Okay, that is one more point. At least 30% of the land which is used for NIMZ, at least 30% of it will be reserved for manufacturing sector. At least 30% will be reserved for manufacturing sector. The state governments may also implement certain policies to promote MSME sector within NIMZ. They will have the right to promote MSME within the NIMZ. NIMZs will focus on clean and energy efficient technology. That is, in simple terms, those adoption of the technology or the technology that they will adopt should reduce emissions, should reduce the consumption of electricity, etc., etc. That is basically the idea. Okay. Next, skill development facilities will also be set up within the NIMZ region so that the employees can get access to skilling and they can move up, right? Basically, move up in the hierarchy, can get better jobs within the NIMZ. Done. So these are some of the features associated with National Investment Manufacturing Zone. Any problem with this? I cannot give you the evaluation of this for a very simple reason. None of the NIMZs are operating in India. So obviously there is no evaluation. All I can tell you is what are the features of NIMZ. Any problem? Can we go forward now? Let me know. Sir, questions. Okay, let's take up the questions. If you want to solve the questions, let's take up the questions. I don't have any issues. Most of you will be concerned about questions only. My argument is don't be worried about questions. Let's focus on the concepts. But anyways, let's start. Okay, 59% have answered correctly. Why? First and foremost, please read the statement. Let's solve it. Despite being a high savings economy, capital formation may not result in significant increase in the output due to. Is it okay if I say this is nothing but application of G is equal to S upon R? Let me know. Is it okay if I say this question is nothing but the application of G is equal to S upon R? What is the statement saying? Despite being a high savings economy, savings rate is high, capital formation may not result in the significant increase in the output. Means GDP may not increase significantly. Why? Right? Look at it. Right? So basically, S is increasing. G is not changing by much. Why? Because there's a problem in the denominator. That's it. Right? There's a problem in the denominator. What has happened to the denominator? The denominator, rather than coming down, it has also increased. Option D is the right one. Yes or no? Option D is the right one. Basically, it is a straightforward question using the application of Harrod-Domer model. And we have discussed Harrod-Domer model yesterday. G is equal to S upon R. We have discussed all of this yesterday. Any problem? Question this question, right option will be option D. Can we go forward? Okay. Okay. 44%. Why? It's a straightforward factual question. The main objective of 12th 5-year plan, faster, sustainable and more inclusive growth. Yes or no? It is there in the slides. Right? If you don't believe me, just give me a minute. I'll show it to you. Okay. What is the central theme of 12th 5-year plan? Look at the point number 1. Look at point number 1. Faster, sustainable and more inclusive growth. Right? So right option for the question will be option D. Okay, option D is the right one. Don't make a mistake. These are Straightforward questions. Straightforward questions. Let's start. Okay, let's start now. With reference to India's 5-year plans, which of the following statements is or are correct? From the second 5-year plan, there is a determined thrust towards substitution of basic and capital goods industries. Correct or wrong? Right? What is the second 5-year plan? What was the central theme, central focus of first 5-year plan? Agriculture sector. Second 5-year plan, Mahalanobis strategy. Mahalanobis plan, heavy industrialization plan. And what was the basic idea of heavy industrialization? You will have to promote production of, right, let's say production in the heavy industries such as steel, aluminum, etc. And in addition to this, you'll also have to promote consumer goods. Consumer goods. Now, don't you think what we are proposing here is basically promotion of production of consumer goods as well as basic industries? Let me know. Right? Are we not promoting more and more production of consumer goods in India? And if you're going to promote production of, let's say, consumer goods, steel, aluminum, etc., cement, paper, etc. in India, is it not equivalent to the idea of import substitution? Let me know. Is it not equivalent to the idea of, right, basically the substitution? That's what the first statement is saying. Any difficulty in the statement one? Please do let me know. Any difficulty in the statement one? Basic and capital goods. In heavy industries, if you manufacture a machine, is it not a capital good? Yes or no? Is it not a capital good? Right? If you manufacture steel and etc., is it not used as an input for other industries? That is exactly the statement one says. Right? A substitution of the capital goods as well as basic goods. Statement one is correct. Right? Second one, again, substitute. Right? Many of you are saying, sir, the term substitution is used. Please tell me, did I use the term import substitution yesterday? Let me know. Did I use the term import substitution while discussing concept of planning? Did I tell you this or not? That is basically I stated in India, the idea initially for many 5-year plans, at least till 7th 5-year plan, the idea was we will manufacture everything in India and whatever we cannot manufacture, we'll try to import it, which means we are producing in the domestic market, substituting the import. That is basically the idea of a substitution. Fourth 5-year plan adopted objective of correcting the earlier trend of increased concentration of wealth and economic power. Tricky statement. Why? I'll tell you. If you remember yesterday, I told you that in the initial couple of 5-year plans, the government of India argued that there'll be trickle down theory. Yes or no? Right? Initially, for a couple of 5-year plans, there'll be trickle down theory. And later I said, government of India realized that this is not working out. This is in fact not working out. And what government of India tried to do after that was change the approach. Simply change the approach and say, let's implement certain policies in order to eradicate poverty only. In order to address poverty, let's start providing benefit to the poor people directly rather than expecting trickle down. That is basically started from the fourth 5-year plan. Second statement is correct. Fifth 5-year plan, for the first time, the financial sector was included as an integral part of the plan. Fifth 5-year plan is known for something else, not for financial sector. Financial sector was an integral part of the plan only from the 8th 5-year plan, because 8th 5-year plan is corresponding to the time period of LPG reforms. So that is the reason third one is wrong. Okay, third one is wrong. So first and two, 1 and 2 is correct. So right option will be option E. Okay. Now, how are the principles followed by Niti Aayog different from those followed by erstwhile Planning Commission? Do we need to discuss this question? I'll tell you why. Some time ago, that is in the beginning of today's class, I've given you a table where I've given you the differences between Planning Commission and Niti Aayog. Yes or no? Planning Commission and Niti Aayog. Is it not the same thing? Please look at the question now. Is it not the same thing? They are asking you how Planning Commission is a different compared to Niti Aayog. And some of you are asking, sir, should we draw the table? Don't. Try to write it in paragraph. Write, it will look very nice. If you write in table, imagine you are the evaluator. If you look at the table, will you not figure out that the student has simply by-hearted it? Let me know. Put yourself in the shoes of the evaluator. Right? You are evaluating the paper. You look at the table where nicely you have written PC without even expanding into Planning Commission and Niti Aayog without expanding Niti Aayog. Will you not realize that, okay, student has simply by-hearted, vomited in the paper? Apart from this, imagine you look at another paper, nicely in paragraphs, they have written same thing in paragraph structure. Right? The evaluator will provide an additional mark to the second paper, not so much to the first paper. That's the reason, try to write them in paragraphs. Right? You will get better marks in the UPSC. Okay. So, introduction. What is Planning Commission, Niti Aayog? Give the introduction. What is the body? Right? Basically explain how Planning Commission and Niti Aayog are different. Okay. That is basically the approach that you're supposed to follow. And so, in the conclusion, you can also say that there are certain limitations to the Niti Aayog, and government has to look at how can we improve the efficiency as well as the performance of Niti Aayog. Now, don't enter into limitations. We have discussed the idea of criticism, right? That is what I'm talking about. Okay, so these are certain important things I want you to look at and practice over a period of time to get better accuracy in terms of mains answer writing. Done. Now, this is the discussion that I wanted to have regarding the concepts today. Tomorrow we'll basically pick up from the concept of public-private partnership. One more investment model is left out, public-private partnership. After public-private partnership, we will look at the questions which have appeared in UPSC regarding the chapter of this thing. We'll also take up infrastructure. Tomorrow I'll be discussing a lot of current affairs regarding infrastructure. Please be very, very careful. But before that, if you have any questions, please raise the question so that I can address the questions. So policy like NIMC and Baba Kalyani report as not functional. So how relevant it is for exams? For example, if UPSC will ask you, give recommendations to improve the performance of special economic zones. Can this be a question? Think of it. Can this be a kind of a question? What recommendations or what are the issues plaguing SEZ? Give recommendations. In that case, do not create your own recommendation. Give the recommendations of Baba Kalyani committee. That's the reason these kind of committees, a large number of them are implemented. Many of them are not implemented. But where can you utilize them? You can utilize them in mains answer writing. Why service sector is more in SEZ than industries? My dear, please look at what has happened in the last 2 decades. I'll tell you the same thing again and again. What has happened in the last 2 decades in case of services sector? Has it boomed in case of India or not? Has the service sector boomed or not? Or has it remained stagnant compared to manufacturing? Did I not show you, in fact, right, this is where you will have to remember. Did I not show you a graph where manufacturing GDP in the last couple of years has actually declined, whereas, right, the service sector GDP contribution is higher? Yes or no? Right, I've given you one article, right, newspaper cutting, Financial Express newspaper article, and I'll tell you the context also. Make in India initiative. Open that and have a look at it. Right, in that there is a graphical representation which shows that Manufacturing GDP to the manufacturing sector's contribution to GDP has actually fallen down in recent times. Right? So in the last 2 decades, service sector has boomed in India. That's a fact. And what factors have led to the boom in service sector? Industries chapter. There is one slide. Please have a look at it. Please cover economy from the topics of India book. My dear, India book is 1,000 pages. Right? Don't simply blindly follow someone. Somebody would have told India book is very important. India book will be around 800, 900 pages. You want to read India book for UPC exam? A big, gigantic waste of time, if you ask me. If you take India book, if you basically find out how much information is useful for you, hardly it will be not more than 20 pages. That is the utility of India book. Right? The whole India book, it is very, very big. Why do you want to simply waste your time? Sovereign wealth fund. Sovereign wealth fund means the governments will set up a fund and these funds will invest in the market. Is the logic okay? That is the reason these are called as sovereign wealth funds. Till how high can the investment go under VRR? There generally what RBI does is, for certain time period, limit is fixed. That is, in this year, let's say RBI says under VRR, in VRR, we are going to allow, let's say, 1 lakh crore rupees. So whoever goes to RBI will auction. Basically, RBI says, I want to allow 1 lakh crore rupees under VRR. So there are various investors. They will put up the number. RBI will choose those investors up to 1 lakh rupees. I'm sorry, 1 lakh crore rupees, but with a higher retention period. That is how RBI will allocate the limits under voluntary retention route. Can we say FPI is FDI in any case? No, generally both are different. At least now it should be very clear to you. Don't you think regulations, right, classification, how you're allowed to invest, where you're allowed to invest, both are different for FDI and FPI? Let me know. Don't you think at least now, after finishing FDI and FPI, at least now the point is clear to you? Why we should simply differentiate and classify FDI separately and FPI separately. If you merge both of them, right, can you imagine the kind of confusion that will create in the whole market? Though this DTAA, through this DTAA agreement, the remittance to India is not taxed by Government of India, or this is only investment purposes. My dear, double taxation avoidance agreement will target investments, will target profits. Remittances are your money that you have sent to your parents, you have sent to your relatives, you have given a gift in India. You want Government of India to tax remittances also? Then in that case, remittances will not come to India. Okay, done? Okay. First point of Baba Kalyani Committee, I'll repeat it again. Baba Kalyani Committee says, rather than having a policy of SEZ, restructure the policy, right? Rename, change the policy into employment economic enclaves. And that's the reason the point number 2 says, right? Point number 2 says, provide the incentives connected to employment, provide the incentives connected to investment. Okay. Rather than saying you're not taking my question, what is your question? Tell me. That is a better way to approach. Simply saying, I'm asking so many times, you're not answering my question. What is your question? Tell me when I'm looking at the board. What type of benefits service sector provides in provided SEC? Same. Whatever they import, no taxes, etc., etc. Okay, anything else? How can we read newspaper efficiently? My recommendation would be try to make short notes. My recommendation, by the way, I make, right? So that is how I'll be able to revise. And that is how I'll be able to remember for a longer duration, connected to all the topics that we are discussing. Any suggestions for reforms in Niti Aayog? Right. As far as I'm concerned, nobody has given a recommendation to reform Niti Aayog. Nobody has given a recommendation to restructure Niti Aayog. Okay. Done. So let me stop the discussion today here. Tomorrow, we'll start the discussion from the concept of public-private partnership. PPP, public-private partnership. Okay. So take care. See you tomorrow. Good night.
जो देखो ये सारी चीजें